Alors, bienvenue à tout le monde et nous sommes pour notre...
Welcome everybody. We are here for our 149th meeting of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. And today we'll start with our clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-89, or 91 rather.
Significant concern to have the government side drop over 20 amendments with 15 minutes prior to clause by clause. It is absolutely ridiculous. There is a process which I think every committee member goes through in terms of doing due diligence around amendments to see if it fits in. And as I say, I think it's absolutely shameful that with 15 minutes to go, there's over 20 amendments that have been tabled. As such, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this bill as is without amendments.
Motion. So I'm just getting some advice from the clerks for the moment, so I'm just going to hold that for a second, if I may, so that I can get proper advice from my clerks. Est-ce que vous l'avez? Because this is highly unusual, it requires us getting some advice from external clerk. So we're going to have to hold on to that for a moment. I'm just going to put it on, suspend it for a moment. I'm just holding it so I can get the proper advice. If I may, what I did want to start with, in fact, was the budget for this study. Oh, Monsieur Nant. Actually, c'était Monsieur Ndesangri. C'est au sujet de...
It's regarding this bill, is it? Well, in fact, if a motion is moved and we voted on it, well, I understand that we would wait to vote, but if we're debating the proposal, well, I have some remarks to make too. Well, we'll wait.
On this motion, we're just holding it until I have advice from the clerks as to whether it's actually a motion that can be brought if it's a proper motion. So we're not debating it. We're not discussing that motion right now. I will have your name down. Okay, can I just do one thing first, because Mr. Ndesangri was ahead of you on the list? Yes?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost to to the committee members, particularly the opposition, I want to profusely apologize for the very late submission of the proposed amendments. I recognize that both parties opposite have been submitting these documents in a very timely manner, and we appreciate that. Regrettably, due to circumstances beyond our control, beyond the control of the minister, we were unable to provide these up until now. And in fact, we take responsibility for this. However, we believe that the nature of the amendments that are proposed are such that it shouldn't necessarily alter the bill significantly, and they're fairly straightforward and not ambiguous. So I do want to ask the committee's indulgence on this. I know committees work, this committee has worked very well, and we certainly appreciate the enormous cooperation we receive both from the NDP as well as the Conservative Party with respect to this bill. I do, however, just want to reiterate that the importance of this and the fact that that we do need to move forward. Really, once again, apologize, and we are open to discussion on the amendments we put forward.
I'm still waiting for the final advice on this, but now that we seem to be having a discussion about it, I will allow We can do Ms. Yonalta and Mr. McLeod, and then maybe if we can just, because it's still on hold and we haven't decided whether this motion couldn't go ahead, I'll just allow the two of you to speak. Ms. Yonalta.
Ben, tout d'abord, je dois dire que
Right off the bat, I'd like to thank my colleague for his apologies. I think that they were made in good faith, particularly given the clause consideration of this bill, given how sensitive a number of the clauses are. Now, that said, if we do, in fact, accept his apologies, I've been scratching my head to see how long it will take us to get through these amendments. Now, it seems that it will be impossible to debate all of these amendments fulsomely without having the opportunity to consult our colleagues. So either we have to potentially suspend or look at the other amendments first and then look at the others later. And now a more of a broader question to the clerk. What is the agenda that you have in mind for us? Unless we do overtime until 7:30 p.m. or 8 p.m., I don't know how we'll get through all of these amendments, especially since we have a 21 to study as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was puzzled when my colleague indicated that there was circumstances beyond the minister's control in terms of getting this to the table. I thought this was a committee process and it was a committee input into clause by clause. So I guess we now understand that it is being driven by the PMO. But having said that, I want to be on the record. I do that when we vote on these amendments, it is not because we may or may not think that they are a valuable amendment. We will be voting no to every single amendment that came in at the last minute, and because it would be absolutely irresponsible for us to look at so many different amendments on the fly. So I want it to be clear that our no is going to relate to the inadequacy of any time for the opposition to give proper consideration to this batch of amendments.
Okay. I'm going to hold a conversation because we're still trying to figure out if we can go ahead with it. We have two big green books out. So if we can, we still need to pass the budget for this study. If we can go to that, please. And I believe that you all have the request for project budget in front of you. And I'll open it up for if there are any questions or discussions about the budget. Okay. Seeing and, oh, yes?
I do have great concerns regarding the budget. I understand the amount on the budget. However, and I want to state the significance of this bill, in my opinion, thorough consultation or bringing in witnesses should have been done, and we should have taken it further than what we've been done. As an Indigenous woman with a language, my first language is the Dene, I find this very kind of disrespectful to Indigenous people across Canada with the small amount being spent.
Ms. Joliba, I will comment that this budget is driven by the witness lists that were provided by all of the parties and that were called in the order of priority given by the parties, and that's how this budget was set up, just so that you understand that the number of witnesses called, who was called, where they were based, was not driven by the budget, but the other way around. It was driven by the list that had been provided to by the parties.
For clarity reason, the process has been driven by the governing party, and they spec the process so that they could rush through it. Thank you.
Right. So, seeing no further discussion on the budget, I will call it to a vote. All in favor of the budget for the study of Bill C-91. All in favor? All opposed? Seeing none, it passes. Okay. I'm going to take one more moment to consult with the clerks. I'm going to suspend for 5 minutes to allow the clerks to continue looking at this question because rather than having a sit. So 5 minutes, please don't go far. to start again. And if I could perhaps turn it to our legislative clerk to explain to us how the rules operate for this motion.
Okay, thank you. It's an unusual request. I've been here 18 years and it's the first for me, so hence the time you required to give you an answer. And we don't have a straight answer for you as it stands. We have to go through parallel with what the chamber does. It's possible to pass a piece of legislation in the House at all stages, but it requires unanimous consent. Here's the question: can we pass through clause by clause at committee in one motion? So the standing orders tells us that we have to go through clause by clause. So if we take a parallel with the chamber, we can come to the same conclusion that it would require unanimous consent to do it.
All right. So thank you very much for all of that assistance. So the motion was to approve of this legislation in its original form, in its entirety, without amendments. Do we have unanimous consent for that? Ms. McLeod,
Can we speak to the motion first?
is it a debatable motion? It's not. I don't know if it's debatable if you need unanimous consent. No, it's not a debatable motion. So do we have unanimous consent?
No.
No. Okay, so we will begin. Monsieur Nantel?
I'm very sorry, Madame de Bruzel. Nous autres aussi, on a une motion alors.
We also have a motion before us. It seems like the only sensible thing to do, and that is to accept the government's apologies because, well, it is the government here. It's not a committee, obviously. So we accept their apologies, but we surely shouldn't ride roughshod over this process and do so hastily. So perhaps we should adjourn the clause-by-clause consideration today and defer it to the next sitting of this committee.
So that being a motion to adjourn, that's not debatable? I'm understanding you're asking to adjourn this meeting.
I am asking to adjourn.
Okay, that's not debatable, so that will go to a vote. All in favor of adjourning the meeting? Sorry, all opposed? All right, so we are going ahead. So, and Mr. Long? Good. Okay. So, we are now looking at the clause by clause for Bill C-91. And if I may, I'm just going to grab this sheet. The first amendment that we have is NDP 1. Alors, est-ce que Monsieur Nantel, c'est vous?
Oui.
C'est votre.
Mr. Nantel, it's your amendment, I believe. Yes, it's in regards to clause 2. That is that Bill C-91 in clause 2 be amended by replacing in the English version line 10 on page 3 with the following.
Commissioner of Indigenous. And I'm putting there's no comma there, it's just an insertion. So commissioner means the Indigenous Commissioner of Indigenous. And if ever you may want to elaborate, you please do.
Wait, before we go to Ms. Jody, I apologize. When we were looking at all the motion, I skipped one part, which was pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of Clause 1, short title is postponed. Now we're on to Clause 2, and we'll just pick up from there. And so, Ms. Jalibois.
So, with all due respect, this process, and I'm going to reiterate, the government is rushing through this process. This is a very Si dene son llini hesli, am a dene son llini woman. Si dene ayasti, I speak dene. This legislation is so important, but yet the government is rushing this very, very important piece of legislation through, insulting the languages speakers across Canada. It's just rushing through. To the commissioner means Indigenous commissioner. Yeah, the wording here, we've heard from witnesses. Witnesses provided solutions, suggestions, that they invest their time, energy, and who they are, identity into the time. Yet we here aren't taking that into consideration, and the government again here just emphasizing words to their liking. Indigenous people who speak their languages want more than what the Liberals are providing. So how come, my question, how come we aren't taking our time to review even what the witnesses brought forward with their suggestions? Thank you.
All right. Does anyone have any other discussion about NDP 1? Mr. Andesangri?
Madam Chair, with respect to this, this will essentially amend the bill to limit the Commissioner of Indigenous languages to be an Indigenous person, and I think in principle, I think it is appropriate, and I think it's important to have an Indigenous person in that role. Legislatively, however, I do believe it could be it's likely a violation of the Charter, given that we can't limit the individual to be of a particular background and as part of an enumerated grounds under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So the fear is that it will be a violation, and therefore this particular amendment, I think it's important to record that that with the committee that will likely to advise the minister, as well as the demand, I think, that's there to ensure that the person does have a full understanding and ideally is an Indigenous person. I think that should suffice. I don't think we can necessarily put that in legislation.
Mr. Hoke?
Consistent with the comments just made, it's my understanding as well that there may well be a charter challenge should we do this. And we've got a proposal later on within this legislation to look at an advisory committee that would be primarily Indigenous people who would make the recommendations. And I think that we can achieve the principle and the goal, because I think we all believe the commissioner should be an Indigenous person. It's just the process of getting there that I'm concerned about. I would hate to see there be a charter challenge and this be sidelined, but if we do have the advisory committee that does frame that in a reasoned way, then I think that's the best way of achieving this, in my opinion.
Right. I do want to point out that a vote on NDP 1 also applies to NDP 10 and NDP 11, as they have the same content of adding the word Indigenous before Commissioner of Indigenous. So just so everyone's aware of that. Seeing no further debate, Mr. Saganash.
Well, first off, I want to start by saying that I still recall the day that the Prime Minister made his speech about this. And that was more than 2.5 years ago. It's almost 3 years since he announced this legislation, and it comes at this moment in time, just before the election. So we're rushing because of that waste of time by the governments. Second, I want to respond to what Gary just said there. I know it's important for Indigenous people to get confirmation that this should be an Indigenous commissioner. Mm-hmm. I understand the point raised by the Charter. However, I think there are ways under our Constitution that allows us to do that in a free and democratic society. So perhaps that may be an avenue. Or clarify this clause by mentioning that the person holding that commissioner position should be an Indigenous-speaking person. That may be a way out of this discussion as well.
Mr. Antisangri?
Madam, just for the record, and I think for the purpose of interpretation of this particular component of the legislation, I think the intention of the government is for this individual, the commissioner, to be an Indigenous person. I think there's no doubt about that. I think if we look at the way it's framed with an advisory committee, as well as no doubt the expectation I think the Indigenous languages legislation creates, it will be virtually impossible to have a non-Indigenous person in this role. However, to put it in legislation, I think, would be problematic in that it can be open to challenge, particularly from applicants or individuals who may be seeking that position who are non-Indigenous. And I think it's just in the abundance of being cautious, it's important to kind of address it now, but to make the intention clear for the purpose of interpretation, this role is meant to be for an Indigenous individual.
Ms. Jolibois?
I'm holding myself back because the way you explained it is offensive. It is degrading, colonialistic. It is not supporting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Canada. Sorry with all due respect, the government is showing that it is continuing with the practices of colonialism by the way you just explained it. You're asking me, a full-blooded Dene who speaks Dene, to be open to someone who is a non-Indigenous speaker. That is colonialistic. That is offensive. And with all due respect, because this is a very sensitive issue to myself and to my family and to my cultural group and to Saskatchewan, all of Canada, the government sits here and explain it offensively. That is hurtful. That is disrespectful. That is not acceptable. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Canada are going to read about what was just read, and it will be all across Canada, and I will encourage the Indigenous speakers, those who work really hard every day to teach the languages, to sit back and say and be open that the commissioner should be non-Indigenous. That's essentially what I'm hearing. Should be non-Indigenous person leading us. I don't know more. Indigenous people across Canada have been telling us that has to change. Sunny ways. The government proposed that we will do this differently. And now you're telling us there is no other way than to continue with colonialism.
Monsieur Nantel?
Moi, je veux dire ici, ce qui...
Well, what strikes me the most is the recklessness on the part of this government and its representatives that sit on this committee on this highly sensitive bill. The same kind of recklessness that I saw when Minister Joly, the Minister for Canadian Heritage, said, oh, we'll review the Radio Broadcasting Act, and now we have a system where our newspapers... Hold on a second, if I may, I'll just very quickly turn back to this. The government is accountable. It's all rhetoric and it's all about window dressing. And, you know, it's a clear show of this here today. As my colleague just said, we have a crucial bill before us. And you have the audacity to say to what extent this has to do with the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. You say that this is sensitive, but nothing stopped you from doing bugger all, may I say, for over 3 years. And the Prime Minister just spun it and spun it and spun it. And 3 years later, the Minister of Canadian Heritage said that this was a tremendous, comprehensive, consultative process, and that's why it's so long and drawn out. either you're accountable or you're not. Apparently, everyone was consulted, but there were so many witnesses that came before us and said they were clearly not consulted. This was drawn on a restaurant napkin, and I'm not wanting to insult officials and public servants here, but it's riddled with problems. And what I'd like to add is that I am extremely upset. You know that I very much care about this committee. I've sat on the Canadian Heritage Committee for many years and dealt with important issues. And when we're told that the Aboriginal Affairs Committee can't deal with this issue, and then it's referred to our committee, and then we talk about it, and the issue's bandied about, and then you come. You have the gall to throw 21 amendments with us at the 11th hour. That is disgraceful, and you can imagine how folks from the First Nations and the Métis people feel. It is absolutely shameful. And the fact of the matter is, if we're here, well, it's because your government didn't do a damn thing for far too long, and suddenly they've woken up and they've seen there's an election on the horizon. They're thinking to themselves, oh my God, we absolutely must do something. Let's, let's go and see what happens, and we'll upset everyone in the Canada's north. It's pitiful. It's a waste of time. The only reasonable thing that should be done is to agree to adjourn this meeting, give us the time to look at the amendments. Mr. Nantel, we've already voted on this. I'm sorry.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire?
So,
NDP 1, Clause 2, seeing no further debate. All in favor of NDP 1, noting that it applies to NDP 10 and NDP 11. All in favor? All opposed? It does not carry. Which brings us to PV 1, and I am happy to see you here with us, Ms. May. I saw that you had to speak to S203.
Yes, Madam Chair, congratulations. I have not spoken to this committee with you as chair, so you won't be, I hope this won't offend you that I have to, before I begin to put this amendment forward, state on the record the various reasons that I so regret that every committee was asked to pass the identical motion that requires me to show up at committees at clause by clause. It is true that, in fact, at this very moment, I should be at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, where the bill I am sponsoring, S203, is being presented and witnesses are being heard. I can't be in two places at once, so I presented what I could and ran here because I believe this bill is very important, but so is the bill before the Fisheries Committee now on ensuring that whales and dolphins aren't kept in captivity. If it wasn't for the motion passed by this committee, I could put the amendments I have before you now, I could have brought them forward at report stage. So the effect of the motion that was originally put forward by Harper's PMO and then was repeated by this Prime Minister's PMO is that I have to be in two places at one time, and it's just... I'm sure it's taking years off my life, and I don't mean that rhetorically. I mean it literally. So I am, though, despite the fact that I don't welcome this opportunity, I do appreciate that the individuals around this table aren't responsible for what's happened to me. And with a good will, I will put forward my amendment, which is to speak to the issue of how we define Indigenous governing body. This, of course, is found in the definitions section at Clause 2, and the current definition as in the legislation at first reading would exclude governing bodies that fall outside of the Indian Act and the colonial system that was established for how Indigenous nations govern themselves. So and this, of course, was brought to the committee by Jennifer Wickham, the executive director of the Wet'suwet'en Language and Culture Society. We do know from the Delgamuukw case, for example, that Wet'suwet'en land is unceded and that they have been extraordinarily courageous and have put, as Indigenous peoples have, in hanging on to culture and tradition and language in the face of oppression and colonialism. In the case of Wet'suwet'en, for example, there is a still unbroken lineage of hereditary chiefs, and the hereditary chiefs and traditional hereditary government on unceded land is not included in the Indian Act, so that hereditary chiefs and governance, such as on Wet'suwet'en territory, would be excluded from being able to negotiate to get access to funding and so on. So I'm hoping that this amendment will meet with your approval. It merely extends the definition of Indigenous governing body as found at Clause 2, with the words including a traditional hereditary government of unceded lands that is not provided for under the Indian Act, etc. Thank you.
And before we continue to any comments, I just wanted to note that if this amendment is adopted, CPC 1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So I saw Mr. Andesangri and then Mr. Nauted.
Madam Chair, I'd like to seek the advice of the department with respect to this amendment.
Right.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say that Madame May has a point that it doesn't specifically refer to the traditional hereditary government of unceded lands, but it does cover every form of government, including self-governing nation and other treaty holders. And it also is covering the band council as they currently exist where they exist, but it doesn't exclude the traditional hereditary government per se. The reason why it's silent is that how the traditional governments are represented is also a discussion that happens among Indigenous people themselves, and sometimes they're included in the more formal government form, either through self-government or others, or they are also included as or consulted by band council. So the intent behind being silent is to leave the full spectrum open to Indigenous people to make their choice around that. If we were to be specific, we probably would be interfering in how they are choosing to actually make the place for their hereditary chiefs or government form of government. So we wanted to be respectful of that by leaving it open to be determined internally by Indigenous people themselves.
Okay. So Monsieur Nautel and then I see Ms. May.
Tout d'abord,
Well, to begin with, I'd like to thank Madame Laurando for her point of view. To be clear, it's the Green Party's proposal is an excellent one, and we would like to support it. Thank you.
To suggest, if I could, and I think the Conservative amendment also is very good in specifically referencing Métis, although I believe the Métis would be more likely to fall in this definition. We've had recent actions by the federal government that suggest they don't believe that hereditary chiefs on Wet'suwet'en territory have any rights. The appearance of militarized RCMP to arrest hereditary chiefs protesting peacefully suggests a lack of respect for hereditary governments, and I find it unlikely that they would qualify under this legislation to negotiate for funding if we didn't specifically recognize the integrity and appropriate, and in fact the authenticity of hereditary chiefs operating within a framework that falls outside the Indian Act, particularly because of the arrests recently.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, all in favor of PV1? All opposed? And so that does not pass. Which brings us to CPC1. Mr. Yardiga?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I have this amendment in here is because there's a confusion with Métis Nation and settlements. Settlements are land-based, and they have their own governing body, and they're unique. They're separate. Métis Nations is a society, and settlements are a governing body. Two different things. So a lot of times we had many officials coming here. We consulted with all Indigenous groups, but it seems that that they're always excluded for some reason. And I think it's important that we do recognize we don't want to exclude anyone. So I think this is an important step to ensure that everyone's consulted, because sometimes we assume something and in reality we don't. So my amendment is in clause 2, be amended by replacing line 19 on page 3 with the following: government or other entity, including Métis settlements and Métis Settlement General Council, that is authorized to act on behalf of. So just clarity. It just gives more emphasis on ensuring that the settlements have a voice.
Mr. Andesangri.
Once again, Madam Chair, I think just with respect to this clause, it's very, very much in line with the previous clause and or the previous amendment. The definition as is broad enough. I think will does contemplate groups, including the settlements. So I think it's important to keep it as broad as possible and not narrow the scope or not to limit it to just one or two additional groups. I think the broad definition allows for Indigenous communities to be able to define the groups and organizations that can seek the funding.
I have Mr. Hogan and Ms. Jolibois.
If I could ask Ms. Laurendeau, in listening to your previous explanation, I thought you were defining it as broadly as it could be defined. And if we started to list, then I'm assuming we would have to list everyone within it, but we're much broader without doing that. Am I interpreting what you said correctly?
You are actually interpreting correctly. What I said about the hereditary construct applies here. And if we start to list, we will exclude people by not having list. So the suggestion of the definition is to keep it as broad as possible and as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
Ms. Jolibois?
With all due respect, the Métis people have had and continue to have this discussion, because if we go with what is being proposed, the broad definition being used actually creates further animosity, and it will create further questions. And my discussions, even with the Métis people, regarding to the language and to governing is different. Governments only recognize, and I can be corrected, but my understanding is only governing the settlements would be only recognized as a government. Mr. Urdiga said, and I support what he's saying, because the confusion comes from, well, the society and the nations that are being struck at various levels aren't necessarily done, the selection of their leaders aren't necessarily done by the residents. And there are so many questions floating around with no answers. And looking to the government is actually, again, provides more chaos rather than clarity on this very important thing. The Métis people, the scholars, the youth, the elders, and other leaders that I speak to want clarification. They want to be included with how important this legislation is for their ability to retain Michif, to retain the languages of their choice that they have, be it Cree, Saulteaux, Dene, Blackfoot, across Canada. When we speak about the Métis in provinces, they're often the responsibility of the provinces. We are speaking at the federal level. And this creates further animosity again. The Métis children who are attending provincially run schools, they won't necessarily have the option to apply for funding so that they can be taught or continue to speak their languages. So from my perspective, the government isn't doing its part and be respectful of Métis people across Canada.
Mr. Urdiga?
We were talking about having a broad definition, and I understand that, but it hasn't worked well for the Métis settlements. When the officials were here, we talked about Métis settlements, and all of a sudden, we contacted the Métis Nation. Well, they're separate, so they were excluded. If we don't have a definition that separates a society from a governing body, and one is excluded, and we see it time and time again, they're always excluded. This is ensuring that the settlements are part of the discussion. They can participate. By having a broad definition, we see a lot of issues, and this is not right. Settlements are a governing body, and I think they should be identified as such.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, all in favor of CPC 1? All opposed? Okay, that does not carry, which brings us to the end of Clause 2. There have been no amendments to Clause 2, so shall Clause 2 carry? On division. There are no proposed amendments to Clause 3, so shall Clause 3 carry? On division. No amendments proposed to Clause 4, so shall Clause 4 carry? On division. That brings us to Clause 5. Now, I'm going to borrow... Est-ce que je peux avoir vos notes, s'il vous plaît?
Can I use your notes, please?
Of is NDP 2. If NDP 2 is adopted, Lib 01 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Monsieur Nantel.
Par le fait, donc ici, on
Well, here it states to be amended by replacing 19 on page 4 with the following, regardless of how the users of those languages communicate. Now, since I have the floor, I'd like to point out that, well, in my opinion, we're not out of the woods here with the number of amendments to Clause 5, and ideally, I think that somebody, and unfortunately we don't have access to the screens if I've understood correctly, but somebody could perhaps put on the screen the various members' amendments, because that would have an impact on the Liberal amendment. Of course, you can see that this will have an impact on the Liberal amendment, as you clearly pointed out, Madam Chair.
No debate. Right, there is debate? No. Mr.
And a
Hope?
sub-amendment?
A sub-amendment to NDP 2?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to see sign language included within the framework of this.
All right, how would you word that, if you may?
We got a frame for it?
Je veux juste son sous-amendement. Je veux juste avoir les...
I just want the right wording for the sub-amendment before we start discussing it.
19 on page 4 with the following languages, including Indigenous sign languages.
So you would remove all the words following languages and replace it with...
Indigenous sign languages.
Okay. Any debate on the sub-amendment?
Madam Chair,
Mr.
I think maybe
Andisegri?
They got amendment too?
just a clarification. So if it's an add-on, and maybe the legislative clerk could assist us with this. So the NDP Amendment 2 seeks to add gauges regardless of how the users of those languages communicate. And then this would be in addition to that, if I'm not mistaken.
In addition.
In addition to it. Or
Okay, so it would be, that's what I was just, because that wasn't what I understood when I heard it, so I just want to clarify. The motion is then that NDP2 is gauges, regardless of how the users of those languages communicate, and the sub-amendment would be to add after that, including Indigenous sign language.
That's correct.
Thank you. That makes it clearer. Any discussion on this sub-amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of Mr. Hoag's sub-amendment? Okay, all opposed? So the sub-amendment carries, so then we go to the amended NDP 2. All in favor of amended NDP 2? All opposed? So that carries, amended NDP 2. And that brings us to...
We don't need that one anymore.
We don't need that one. So Lib 1 is no longer needed because that effectively is included in the sub-amendment. So we move to NDP 3. And does that? Yeah, that's good. Monsieur Nantel?
Mr. Nantel. So, in clause 5, be amended by replacing line 23 on page 4 with the following: small I assess a distinct status of Indigenous languages, comma.
Okay, Mr. Andasangri, and then Ms. McLeod.
Madam Chair, I'd like to seek some clarification with respect to both languages. I think if I'm not mistaken, the French version appears to be different than the stated English version in the current form. So I'm just wondering if Mr. Natal's amendment would be redundant if the French version and the English version were consistent.
All right, Ms. Laurando.
I think that status. Oh, sorry. Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that there seems to be a little bit of a distinction between the two. La situation distincte des langues autochtones actually is not very clear, and the status of indigenous language may be a little clearer in the sense that it says in which state it is currently. What we don't have in either amendments is the status of how it's, is it about proficiency or is it about how many people are using it or speaking it? So in a way, the amendment in both languages is not really clear, but I think it's even less clear in French.
Ms. McLeod?
Thank you. On top of 30 plus either late or table dropped amendments from the Liberals, what we have here is a piece of legislation that was co-developed, and I think the government and the different organizations, at least the MNC and the AFN, took great pride in co-developing. And what we're doing is we're doing significant changes through these amendments, which, I wonder if that even speaks to the whole issue of respecting what was a co-development process with intent in mind. And here we are doing, I would suggest, significant changes and might be perhaps not a very respectful process.
Thank you. Any other discussion on NDP 3? Monsieur Nantel.
Je remercie tous. C'est comme ça, hein, quand on...
Thank you. Well, when we all work together on legislation, we make fewer mistakes, and that's why I have SLS Lavalin on the line. So, well, yes, we can change the word situation and use the word status, and so distinct would be then in the masculine. We drop the E, and that's an excellent translation, to my mind, of what the stated objective is. So I apologize for the poor translation.
I was just getting some clarification. So, in fact, you cannot subamend your own motion or your own amendment.
OK.
So.
En tout cas, là, on va pas s'en faire.
Well, I don't want to get bogged down in the rules, but I can withdraw it if you wish, and then I can resubmit it, amended. Would you prefer that?
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the Deputy Minister could give us a suggestion in terms of how that language should read.
I would say, can I take 1 second on that? Thank you.
All right. So, seeing no further debate on NDP 3. Oh, I do see further debate on NDP 3. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know it may sound like wordsmithing, but I think that it would actually be a little clearer if we could say in English, assess the status of distinct indigenous languages. Et en français, on dirait évaluer le statut distinct comme il a été proposé des langues autochtones. I would be remiss to say, though, that it's going to be hard to know what it exactly means, but I think it would be clearer because it actually would single out each of the languages on their own and provide for the possibility of an assessment of that. But once again, that's the limit of what I can say on this amendment.
Right. Mr. Hogue?
I want to move what you just said. It made imminent sense to me.
That a sub-amendment you just made? Was that a sub-amendment that you just?
Is it a sub-amendment to your motion? Or it's a friendly amendment?
That's what I'm asking, is have you just moved a sub-amendment?
And it's been accepted as a friendly amendment.
Well, it hasn't been accepted yet because everyone has to vote, but I'm
Oh,
glad
okay.
that it's showing promise. So let's make sure that we have it properly. Est-ce que vous avez tout écrit?
Have you written it down?
Read what the final version would look like. In English would be assess the status of distinct indigenous languages. And then in French, évaluer le statut distinct des langues autochtones.
All right. So on the sub-amendment, all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? It carries the sub-amendment. Does the amendment NDP 3 as amended carry? All in favor? All in favor? Je me demande. All opposed? It carries as amended, NDP 3. That brings us to PV2. I'm going to note that if PV2 is adopted, NDP 5 and Lib 2 cannot be moved due to line conflicts. So, Ms. May?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment covers quite a few spots within Clause 5. They go to amending the bill to more accurately reflect some of the really excellent testimony from those involved in Indigenous education, the First Peoples Cultural Council, the evidence of Dr. Anoa McIver from the University of Victoria. So I'll just try to summarize them by saying that in the first line, by replacing line 24 on page 4, that's dealing with the evidence we have before us that the word fluency isn't as acceptable or as accurate in Indigenous education as it is evolving. And Dr. McIver did note that some people still use the word fluency, but there is a shift in the field of Indigenous language revitalization to use language around proficiency, that proficiency and restoring, which is the effect of the first subpart of my amendment. The other part is my amendment would replace some of the language here that speaks to supporting learning and education to be more accurately reflecting to create new speakers, including language nests, immersion programs, schools, and mentor apprentice programs. Just to digress for just half a tick, because I know a lot of you around this table don't have the same experience in your own ridings, but it is so exciting for me that in our community on Sartlip First Nation, there is Senchothan immersion education, and the kids are so turned on and so excited to be able to sing songs and play with each other and be exclusively speaking Senchothan. So these kinds of things should be recognized as this important legislation goes forward. And lastly, I'm included at the encouragement of Dr. McIver's testimony, the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by speaking specifically to Articles 13 and 14. And although I can't move it myself, if anyone felt like helping me out here, I really should have included Article 16 based on the evidence that Article 16 of UNDRIP gives Indigenous peoples the right to establish media in their own languages. But I know I can't amend my own amendment. But that's the substance in brief of my second amendment.
Okay. Monsieur Nantel?
On soutient parfaitement
We support Madam May's position as well as the addition that she wants to make to her own amendment.
Debating the sub-amendment first right now, which is to add to by replacing line 19 on page 5 with the following, and it would say implement Articles 13, 14, and 16 of these. So it's adding in the word 16. So on the sub-amendment, is there any debate? See, Mr. Andesangri?
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I speak to the whole, all of the amendments, or does it have
We're
to be
doing a
specific?
sub-amendment first. The Article 16 addition to. So all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? Okay, so the sub-amendment does not carry. That brings us to the amendment itself. Yes, Mr. Hope.
Could I make a sub-amendment as well under clause 5, lines 35 and 36 on page 4? Following cultural activities, now I'm proposing it read, including language nest, mentorship, and immersion programs to increase the number of new speakers of Indigenous languages.
It's this one here.
Right.
He's going to add this. So he's going to add.
But does it remove
No, I
schools
think
and
it's-
mentor apprenticeship?
I think he wants to add all of this to create.
Speakers of Indigenous.
And then
It-
for create.
Can you, the legislative clerk's just going to read how it reads with the sub-amendment so everyone can have that proper wording.
So we would be in paragraph B of amendment PV2, replacing lines 35 and 36 on page 4 with the following. Cultural activities, including language nest, comma, mentorship and immersion programs to increase the number of new speakers of Indigenous languages, comma, to create new speakers, including oh, it's already there. So you, it's already there. So the language nest.
It's already there.
So you
But
want
it
to,
ends with Indigenous languages.
okay, but I'm not sure what you want to add.
Yeah, sorry, so we're just going to clarify here. Does that mean that you're removing schools and mentor apprentice programs in that sub-amendment?
We're using mentorship and immersion programs are included in the sub-motion, as well as to increase the number of new speakers of Indigenous languages.
Broadening the terms.
So just making a broader terms to deal with it.
Okay, I just am clarifying one more time, so to read it, because I can read it as, I mean, what the lib 2 reads, which is, which would be that at that line you would say cultural activities, including language nest, mentorship, and immersion programs to increase the number of new speakers of Indigenous languages. That is how that clause
Yeah, that's
would read.
So it's to remove the.
So we are also removing words. That's the way it would read. I just want to be clear that that's the wording. So that is a sub-amendment that we are debating right now, which is that in the replacing of lines 35 and 36, that would be changed to read, like I said, cultural activities, including language nest, mentorship, and immersion programs to increase the number of new speakers of Indigenous languages. And I have on that Ms. May.
Say that although in terms of committee protocol, as a non-member of the committee, I can have no view on this as my motions or amendments are deemed to have been moved. But if I were a member, I'd find this a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Friend,
Thank you. On that, Ms. Jaliba.
with all due respect, I don't share the same mentality as my colleague to my left. In fact, I find this very offensive. Are you guys listening on the other end? Because this is very important. In my riding, Indigenous people across Canada, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, how we view our languages to thrive, to survive, and to be very strong is different from your view. I hear the Grand Chiefs, I hear the chiefs, I hear the leaders from across the sectors speak about one very important to us as Indigenous people across Canada. We were taught, we lived it, I lived it, I grew up with this. and my family and friends and the Indigenous people across Canada still practice it. But now we're not mentioning that here. That's why it's not friendly. I hear, and I don't see the words here. In fact, I find this a little more offensive than the first one. Now that we are going to have a treaty commissioner who is non-Indigenous can lead to revive and to survive and to thrive, for languages to thrive and for languages to do well. That's one offensive. The second offensive, really crucial to Indigenous people across Canada, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit across Canada from coast to coast to coast. I hear consistently from everyone at these levels the importance of land-based teachings. Traditionally and historically, the importance of land-based teachings. And we have, I don't even know what language nest is. That's some terminology created by the government who is so out of touch with Indigenous people. If this was
I may, I just wanted to
important-
clarify that this is actually Ms. May's amendment. The language nest is Ms. May's amendment.
it's in the bill.
That's what I'm looking at, is the bill. Lip O2E is what I'm looking at. So again, mentorship. If we have a commissioner who is non-Indigenous, who may not speak the language or not, and who wants to be a mentor, who's going to mentor here? Is it going to be the elder mentoring the commissioner because he or she doesn't understand thoroughly of the importance of a language? Immersion. The importance of immersion. But again, elders, young people, leaders, communities across Canada. And this is where the government fails again. No mention of land-based. No mention. I'm not thinking cultural activities, because probably the interpretation from the government's perspective about cultural activity is attending a powwow or a jigging contest or playing music somewhere. I'm talking about the identity of people, of children, of youth, of our families that you speak to about First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Yet the approach that you are taking is colonialistic. Attending a cultural event is not the same thing as going to specific land-based initiatives or in the classroom listening to the elders or listening to the youth speak their languages. This is so disheartening and this is really upsetting. Thank you.
Okay. So we are now ready to vote on the Mr. Andesangri.
Madam Chair, if I may just clarify. So with respect to Ms. May's amendment, there are three different sections to it. Is it going to be voted on as one, or is it going to be voted as separate units? So is it A, B, and C, or is it going to be...
So it is voted as one amendment, but we are now still debating Mr. Hoag's sub-amendment to the amendment. But when we get to the full amendment, it is one amendment. Ms. May.
I appreciate the tolerance of the chair in letting me have the floor again, but I wanted to just clarify around some of the language around language nests and mentor apprenticeship programs, that just to remind the committee that this was language that came from the First Nations Summit. And the First Nation, of course, it was Chief Ed John who testified, but he testified here on this bill on behalf of the First Nations Summit. So there was quite a lot of Indigenous, and with all due respect to my friend Georgina, I can't speak as an Indigenous person. Obviously, I'm settler culture Canadian, but in looking at this evidence, there certainly were a very substantial Indigenous component to the language that Gordy has brought forward.
Okay. So on the sub-amendment as brought by Mr. Hoag, all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? Okay, so the sub-amendment carries. We are now back to PV2, the full amendment. Mr. Andesangri.
Chair, would it be possible to have separate votes on the sub-amendment, on the three components of it, or it needs to be as one?
The advice I have from the legislative clerk is if there's something that you don't like in the large amendment, you can bring a sub-amendment to remove it from the full amendment, and that's how we carry forward. Mr. Andesangri, I saw Monsieur Boissneau. No? Okay.
I think, Madam Chair, I think there may have been a little bit of a confusion. So Mr. Hoag's amendment, if I'm not mistaken.
Sub-amendment, yes.
Sub-amendment. Essentially is a separate amendment on its own. So in fact, it'll be voted on. So my understanding is to vote on Ms. May's amendment, all three components, and then vote on Mr. Hoag's amendment.
Clarification. Madam Chair. Clarification.
I'm just yet, Mr. Boissneau.
As it stands now, with the sub-amendment by Mr. Hoag, PV2 has an A, B, and C component to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Monsieur Nantel.
Just une question.
I have a question. If I've understood correctly, Mr. Hoag's sub-amendment is very much like Lib Amendment 02. Answer, yes, it appears to be the case. And it only affects Part B. No, hold on a sec. Yes, Part B. I see. Thank you.
Mr. Shields.
So just for clarification, we have voted on a sub-amendment. Now we would vote or debating the motion that has been amended. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, PV2
It's
as
not
amended.
breaking into three. We're voting on a
Yes.
motion that's been amended, period.
Yes, and what I said was that if the only way to not vote on it as a full is if someone brought a sub-amendment.
Right.
Again, but
Thank you.
But that's it. So we are now voting on PV. Mr. Boissneau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment to PV2 that would strike Clause A and strike Clause C, leaving B.
Leaving B, as amended by the sub-amendment.
Correct.
All right. Any debate on Mr. Boissneau's sub-amendment to strike A and C to PV2, leaving B as sub-amended? Ms. May.
Just to understand the rationale, I think proficiency is better than fluency, but not a great deal hangs on it in terms of how the bill operates. But a great deal hangs on recognition of Articles 13, 14, and of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. So if Randy could give us some rationale for why sub C is unacceptable, because B, as amended, I think still carries some good changes within it, but without Articles 13 and 14 of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, I think the whole amendment is very weakened.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Chair, and to my honourable colleague the other way. I think the reason we have concerns about PV is that we heard A and C, is that we heard clearly from the community that they want to decide how best to support their languages, and they don't want top-down government direction. We heard that repeatedly. That needs to come back. And as you heard us say, we're supportive of B, and we just suggested some different wording there, making increasing the number of speakers. And listing schools is very specific. Schools are important, but not directly connected to languages. And where they are, other things in the list are specific to language focus. And our entire point of doing this work is to respect not only the TRC, but the principles of the United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous persons.
Mr. Andesangri.
So just to clarify with respect to UNDRIP, specifying 13 and 14, I think it's insufficient. The wording as is, and while the wording that we see in G in its current form is a little convoluted, and I think it's addressed later on. But I think if we were to specify just the, I don't think we want to specify just the specific clauses relating to Indigenous languages. The wording as is reads. United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People as it relates to Indigenous language. So it's broad enough to capture all the different components of UNDRIP that specifically deals with language. So we don't want to specifically narrow which parts of UNDRIP needs to be adhered to here. So I think it's broad enough, Ms. May, that it does allow for a much broader interpretation of what UNDRIP stands for with respect to language.
So on the sub-amendment to strike A and C, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, so the sub-amendment carries, which brings us to PV2 as a whole, which is B as sub-amended, which was as amended. All in favor of PV2 as amended? All opposed? Okay, so PV2 as amended carries. And that brings me to NDP 4.
Alors, on s'excuse.
Well, things are going to get a tad complicated here because there are different changes in French as opposed to English. In the English version, it states line 25, that is in the current bill.
Mes collègues et moi aimerions voir maintaining fluency and proficiency in Indigenous languages. Et comme dans le même amendement, on corrige les deux.
Now, in the same amendment, we're correcting both languages, but if you look at the French, line 21 of the same page, it states as follows, to reclaim Aboriginal languages, and we would like to withdraw the word Indigenous and say reclaim languages and proficiency thereof, comma, and then back to line 22 thereafter.
Any discussion? Mr. Ansangri?
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if we can get a perspective from our Deputy Minister on this.
Absolutely.
On the issue of fluency and proficiency, in our discussion and consultation, it's pretty clear that there is measurement for fluency and there is body of work around that. And in terms of word, proficiency doesn't add a lot, but there's not really any measurement that is known. So the reason why we maintain in what we put there fluency alone was really because it captured things that were known, and this is things that came through our consultation. And I have to say the second amendment, because it's a different amendment, I am not clear. I don't think I understand it, so I don't think I can really speak to it. The amendment that is in French, I'm not sure I understand what it does, really. I'm being just very candid here. So, because they're not the same thing. Maintaining fluency in Indigenous languages and the second correlation to line 21 in French is different. So I'm hard-pressed to understand what we're trying to achieve with that one. My apology, Monsieur Lantel, mais c'est pas clair pour moi.
Monsieur Nantel?
Ben, écoutez, vous avez raison.
Well, you're right. It doesn't state the same thing, but given it's the same topic, and even though we're correcting two different angles, well, if I'm not mistaken, and you're better versed in this than I am, but fluency and proficiency are kind of interchangeable, aren't they? But fluency wasn't even part of the amendment originally. We added to line 21 in the French version the word compétence, which is proficiency. But I think that we'd also need to add something else. For example, current, something that's a bit closer to the English word. And unfortunately, there's a mismatch in terms of the lines, as you can see, 25 and 21. So obviously there is something missing. Fluency, we can't see it in the French version, and we want to add something akin to that. Madam Chair, if I may. Now, if you look at the word fluency in 2I, E, and B, the French equivalent is activities to maintain fluency, la maîtrise, conserver la maîtrise. That's why I think we're a bit confused here. Now, I'm just trying to parse this apart and understand what the link is between both.
Monsieur Boissneau.
No? Monsieur, no.
Mr. Nantel, I'm just trying to understand what you mean by proficiency in English. I don't have any objection to it per se, but maintaining fluency, that's something that you can measure. But what do you mean by proficiency here? I'm looking for an equivalent term in French. Now, maybe fluency is enough, but proficiency isn't measurable. And I would vote against your amendment if you left the word proficiency in it. Mr. Nantel, well, let me say, please don't vote against my amendment. Now, what is the closest word to proficiency in French? It's compétence, if I'm not mistaken. And Madame Laurando, you're correct that where we erred in the French version of our amendment, clearly we did. In English, it's appropriate to add the word proficiency, but in the French version, I think we didn't do what we should have done. So I would like to amend NDP for myself by withdrawing, and I'll just consult my colleague here. I'd like to just withdraw the French version as it stands, and we'd add compétence as the French translation for proficiency.
Amendments to your amendments, but it's out there as a friendly, if somebody feels like grabbing it and running with it, sub-amendment. Otherwise, it stays. Ms. Jolibois.
Sorry, with all due respect, from the Indigenous perspective, the wording is really important, and I'm not saying anything other than what I'm going to say. The English language, from my understanding, the English interpretation, and I think I've heard witnesses talk about the fluency. For Indigenous person, the word fluency means entirely different. But I think what I'm hearing, the government and others are talking, again, the interpretation is not we're not aligned with what I understand it to be. And then I've heard, not here, but other places, the word proficient and the importance of the French language. One of the official, it is an official language, so the word, whatever the language that is being used will be used across Canada. And I think I'm having, regardless of whatever, the English version and the French version, it will mean differently to Indigenous people. And I just want to clarify that. I just want to point that out, because obviously, going by line, Indigenous people's interpretation of what we want in our language bill isn't exactly what is being proposed here. So I'm trying to understand this piece right here.
Okay. Seeing no further debate on NDP4, all in favor of NDP4? All opposed? NDP4 does not carry. Lib 2 cannot proceed, NDP 5 cannot proceed because of previous amendments, which brings us to IND 1. Welcome, Mr. Tutu. Now, I'm just going to make a comment, if I may, at the beginning, that this amendment is actually a consequential amendment to your later amendment, which is IND 3. I believe, is that it? It's IND 3? IND 2. So it's a consequential amendment. So in fact, what we need to do is to suspend IND 1 so that everyone can consider IND 2 properly before going back to deciding the consequential, if that makes sense. So I am suspending IND 1, and if everyone will hop along with us to IND 2, which is, c'est quelle page? 21, page 21.
Be NDP 5 before that one?
No, NDP 5 cannot proceed because
all
of
right, okay.
PB 2. Okay. As I'm skipping along to IND 3, I am actually postponing, proper word, clause 5 as a whole, because we are now moving along to, c'est quelle clause? It's Article 9.1. It's a new article. So if I can have everyone jump to page 21, please, and look at IND 2 to consider Article 9.1. In the amendments submitted by Mr. Tutu, there's IND 2 at page 21 of your bill, your amendments list. And Mr. Tutu, if you would like to speak to your amendment as...
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope nobody's indifferent to doing it this way. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of this committee for the opportunity to speak in support of the amendments I proposed to the draft Indigenous Languages Act. I think before I continue, I just want to make a note that I'm Inuk. I think everyone here knows that, but I do not speak my language, the language of my forefathers and ancestors, due to the historical discrimination, the history of historical discriminatory government policies referred to in the preamble of Bill C-91. So the bill, this bill as currently drafted, I believe is incomplete. It fails to take into account the unique geographic and linguistic situation of Inuit. The Inuit languages and dialects that make up Inuktitut were spoken on this continent long before the arrival of French or English, whose languages are now recognized as Canada's 2 official languages. This year, Canada celebrates the 50th anniversary of the Official Languages Act and intends to review and modernize it. It is entirely fitting, in my view, that this committee take the very important step of acknowledging the irony of excluding Inuktitut, the majority language in the vast northern Inuit regions known as Inuit Nunavut, which is probably close to a quarter of this country, from enjoying enhanced legal status similar to that of the 2 major majority languages in southern Canada. The amendment that I am proposing in clause 9.1 would lay the groundwork to begin addressing this exclusion. The intent of the amendment is to allow, but not commit, the minister to go beyond the matters referred to in clause 9 that are restricted to negotiating Indigenous language programs and service delivery subject to as yet unknown terms and conditions. Under my proposed clause 9.1, the minister would be able to enter into an arrangement or agreement with provincial or territorial governments, Indigenous governments, or other Indigenous governing bodies that go beyond program and delivery service and service delivery. Clause 9.1 would allow the minister to further the promotion and the use of Indigenous languages in light of the distinctiveness, the aspirations, and the circumstances of Indigenous people in a designated region or territory. This would encompass a large territory like Nunavut, where 84% of the population speaks Inuktitut, or a large region completely like Inuit Nunangat. Clause 9.1 would make it possible for the minister to negotiate the status in Canadian law of an Indigenous language in such a region or territory. It would also be possible for the minister to do so incrementally. Importantly, if adopted, this amendment would allow the minister to keep the dialogue open with our national Inuit organization, ITK, whose current views about the shortcomings of Bill C-91 are quite clearly on the record for this committee. So in fact, I understand that the government members have been told to vote against an amendment that is being brought forward by Mr. Nantel, which reflect the changes that would make Bill C-91 amenable to ITK. I can't underline enough the importance of continuing dialogue with ITK on the matter of protecting our Inuit language. I think, I covered up my other notes now. I think, it was mentioned that this was co-developed. I think ITK and NTI made it very clear that this piece of legislation was in no way co-developed with Inuit. And ITK has said it was negotiated in bad faith. I think, on developing my amendment, I tried to find a way to put an olive branch out there or a sign of good faith for ongoing negotiations, which I understand where the government wants to go. And I think that, all the members of the committee are capable, as we've heard over the last few weeks, committee members are very capable of making their own decisions. So I look forward to that. I would encourage you all to do the right thing, support Inuit, support this amendment, and I think that would show that this government is serious about what they're saying. But I also urge all committee members to consider carefully what I'm proposing and the consequences of moving forward with a bill that excludes Canada's oldest languages. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to respond to any questions that any committee members may have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I did want to draw attention to the fact that it is 5:30. We have no end time that was posted for this meeting when this meeting was posted, and we know that we have votes much late, coming up. So no one's leaving here for a while in any event. So I do propose to go through, and what I can do is see if there's a way to get food for people as part of it, and to perhaps after we consider this block, if everyone needs a short break to be able to just kind of run out of the room for a few minutes, just so that everyone has an idea of where we're at. So on that, I see Monsieur Nantel, vous avez quelque chose à dire à ce sujet?
Mr. Nantel, you have something to say on this topic. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this useful information regarding extending this session. Now, I'd like to thank Mr. Tutu. I think that his contribution, exceptional contribution as an independent, has brought a lot to the scope of this bill and its potential for outreach. Now, he's offered a helping hand to a number of communities, and of course, we're going to support the amendment that seeks to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Tutu, did you have something to say to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nantel. I think, one point you made is to the scope of the bill, and I understand, like going into and looking at developing an amendment, one of the concerns that the government had with the amendments that ITK put forward was it didn't fall within the scope and mandate of the bill. And, I had some discussions with a lawyer with this to help me draft this, was to try and put it forward in a way that did fit within the scope and the mandate of this bill. And I believe that, I've been able to do that with this amendment. I didn't want to cross a line with it. Come up to the line, and I think it's a good compromise, as a potential win-win scenario. Not neither side doing the happy dance, but it would put in place a mechanism in the legislation to allow both sides to get to where they want to go in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Anasangri?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank Mr. Tutu for all the work that he's done on this. I would like to get some clarity from our Deputy Minister, Madam Chair, with respect to the amendments as proposed.
I would say that first of all, I would also want to echo the effort being made in trying to bring the perspective of the Inuit in this bill. There is a preoccupation with the amendment as drafted, particularly in the part that talks about providing something that could be done either through an agreement between the federal government or an arrangement with the provincial government, which is fine, or an Indigenous government for some things that refer to all institutions of the provincial government. I think we need to probably be careful on making sure that the federal legislation is not creating obligation on provinces directly. That being said, I would also offer to the committee that many of the elements that are covered there are already either covered in the current Clause 8 and the current Clause 9 of the Act. So I think that I would urge the committee to think about not adding something that could actually create a bit of a pressure within provincial or territorial institutions in a legislation that is purely federal. So that would be my comments.
Mr. Tutu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to that, I know in Nunavut and the NWT, Indigenous languages in Inuktitut is an official language. And I think in the amendment that I'm proposing, it says in a region or a territory. And I think that's one of the things that ITK was looking at in what they're trying to achieve with the goal of it. So it's not imposing on a whole territory. It would be like within a region. I mean, the wording that I put forward to the person that have drafted this was much simpler than the legalese that came out of it, and I think you can all appreciate that. And I think this is just consistent language with the existing legislation, which is why that's in there. And also, the fact that, where she said many of these things are included in the other clauses, but not all of them. And then I think, the main thing is it does not take into account the unique geographic and linguistic situation of Inuit, or the distinctiveness and the aspirations of Indigenous people, especially Inuit. Like I say Inuit, but I mean, the way, again, I worded it, it wasn't singling out any Indigenous group. Like they said, was mentioned earlier that, if we just put one in there, it's going to exclude others. Was very careful to put it forward in a way that was inclusive and broad, that wouldn't exclude any possible group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Boissonneau and then Mr. Shields.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Mr. Tutu, thank you very much for your presentation in 9.1. I mean, I have to say personally that I do follow the logic of the department in that 9.1 would be redundant to 8 and 9, that those powers would exist there. But I do notice that you talk about Indigenous language and the rights and privileges as to its use in a province or region. So I'm curious as to the intent of the rights that you're talking about. And so is it your hope that Inuktitut would have federal official language status in Nunavut?
Well, I think the intent of this and what the intent of what ITK was looking at, and also in discussions with the minister, is, looking at seriously find a way in a region where it is the majority language spoken, that it could be considered in that region as an official language, but only within that region. And again, that's something that yet to be negotiated.
Mr. Shields and then Mr. Boissonnault.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just, because my colleague, Mr. Tutu, you referred to region or territory and region, but you hadn't used the word province. So I was just wondering if that had been changed, but I think Mr. Boissonnault, you had clarified that it said province and region, but you hadn't used the word province, so that I was just making sure that I was dealing with the same piece here.
Well, I'm not so sure, Mr. Shields, which is why I'll ask another question of Mr. Tutu. Because I didn't hear you say that, yes, the intent of the rights piece of this is to ensure that Inuktitut would have federal official language status in a region or sub-region of a province where the majority speak that language. Because by extension, if official language status would apply to Inuktitut and Nunavut, it would also apply in Northern Quebec. And then we'd be looking at official language, federal official language status in Northern Quebec for people who speak the language there. That's what this would allow the minister to do. Is that what you are seeking to have happen?
It would allow the minister to negotiate with the group if it's ITK say we want it to be recognized and we want those to be recognized in Nunavut where 85% of it is, then they could negotiate or come to an agreement to allow that to happen. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be everywhere else either. It would be up to that region to want to come to the table and negotiate with the minister if that's something that they chose to do. So it doesn't necessarily mandate that it has to be.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Tutu?
Just, I know everyone's getting hung up and the deputy mentioned the word province. I mean, that was something the lawyers put in there. So, but they said that had to be like that. So it doesn't mean that it's going to force it on. All of that was just my understanding from the lawyers tell me it was just consistency with the existing legislation. But again, the intent is within a region or territory like Nunavut. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. Monsieur Nantel?
Pardon.
The technician hates it when I keep playing with the microphone. I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Tutu about the verb. The minister may, en français, le ministre peut conclure. Is it not sufficient to allay Mr. Boissonnault's concerns?
Looking at legislation for over 20 years now and developing it, and usually there's two words in there that it's either shall or may. And I think where you use the word shall, it means you have to. When you use the word may, you don't have to. And I think, and that's where, my point of making that one of the concerns coming from the government that it would be binding on them to have to do it. And if you put may on there, it's non-binding. It says they can do it if they want to. If everyone agrees that that's where they want to go, then they can do that. It just allows a mechanism to get there, in there.
Right. So on IND 2, which would create a new clause 9.1. All in favor?
Chair? Compte tenu de l'esprit.
Given the spirit of the amendment, I think it would be important to have a recorded vote.
But I just wanted to also point out, because IND 1 and IND 3 are consequential to this one, if this one, your vote on this one applies to IND 1 and IND 3 as well. They all go together. Yes,
Avant le
Mr.
vote?
Boissonnault.
Avant le vote? Est-ce
Yeah.
que je peux continuer? J'ai une autre question pour M. Tutu.
Well, I have another question for Mr. Tutu, or is it too late?
Okay,
We're
fine.
going to go with a registered. Okay. So
Depending on
I'm
how
going
you
to
vote,
turn
right?
to the clerk for the vote then.
Monsieur Nantel? Mr. Urdiga? Mr. Shields? Ms.
No.
McLeod? Ms. Dillon? Monsieur Breton. Mr. Long. Monsieur Boissonneau.
No.
No. Mr. Hogue.
Okay, so IND 2 does not carry, and that means IND 1 and IND 3 do not carry. Which brings us back. Thank you for jumping ahead, but we are back to clause 5. Thank you, Mr. Tutu, for your submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members, for at least some of you for listening and not just going along with what you're told. Thanks.
Thank you. How does everyone feel about did everybody want to take a 5-minute break now? We do not have food here yet. I think because we're carrying on. So the question is everybody good to continue for a bit, or do you want to take a quick 5-minute break now? Mr. Andesangri.
Can we just finish clause 5?
We can finish clause 5. I was doing a check-in. Okay. So we are now on Lib 1. A vote on Lib 1 applies to Lib 3, Lib 4, Lib 5, Lib 9, and Lib 11, with adding territories.
Lib 3.
Lib 3, isn't it?
In the booklet, we're on page 10, and it's marked Lib 1. We've had 01 and 02, but we're at 1. I'll continue my long speech about Lib 1.
I thought that was adopt sign language.
No, so if you look at page 10 of the amendments package, clause 5, and this deals with line 11 on page 5 is the first one, on A. But I just wanted to clarify, the vote on Lib 1 applies to Lib 3, Lib 4, Lib 5, Lib 9, Lib 11, and also if Lib 1 is adopted, PV 3 cannot be moved due to a lie conflict. All right, so Mr. Andesangri?
Can we suspend for maybe a couple of minutes just to clarify? I think the numbering, just want to get some clarity on the numbering.
All right. And I can go around and show everybody my Lib 1 if anyone needs.
It's Lib 1 of your second
Yeah,
set
I
versus
think
your
so.
first set.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Of late amendments.
Lib 1, set 1. Page 10. Okay, so we're going to suspend briefly, say 3 minutes. Thank you. Back, we're going to start up again. We were on Lib 1, which is at page 10. And we are looking at an amendment to clause 5. Mr. Hoag.
This is so incredibly joyous, this process. Replacing line 11 on page 5 with the following: facilitate cooperation with provincial and territorial governments. and replacing line 19 on page 5 with the following: contribute to the implementation of the, which relates to the Indigenous languages. And these were comments that were made by Grand Chief Ed John with respect to tying it to UNDRIP as well.
All right. Now, just to be clear, as one clarification, when I was speaking to our legislative clerk, rather than doing the list, the full list, this vote will apply to Lib 1. I will advise you on the future ones if it's essentially the same, but just to make it easier for people as we go through. So, on Lib 1, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Lib 1? All opposed? Lib 1 carries, which brings us to Lib 1.1, Cicien. And that is Mr. Hogue again.
Yes, on clause 5, be amended on line 16 on page 5, the following: facilitate meaningful opportunities for Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and Indigenous organizations to collaborate in policy development related to the implementation of this act. So, that's the intent.
All right. Any discussion on this amendment?
Did you read that one?
Yeah, so the Lib 1.1 that I have is basically just a change that adds territories to lines 14 to 16 on page 5.
I thought we'd already passed that one, sorry.
We've already passed that.
Not in the listings. All right.
You were supporting that one.
Okay.
You had not actually. This is a new line, same type of change. So, all in favor of inserting the word "and territories" in lines 14 to 16 on page 5 of clause 5, Lib 1.1. All right. All opposed? It carries. We are now at Lib 1.2. Mr. Hogue, that's the one that you just read to us.
That's exactly it.
Is there any discussion on Lib 1.2? Ms. McLeod.
I'm just going to reiterate, because it's been a while and I don't want people to think that we're impractical, but on principle, anything that was table dropped today, unless it's very straightforward, we will not be supporting, just because sometimes things have ramifications you don't understand.
All right. With that note taken into account, all in favor of Lib 1.2? All opposed? It carries. So we now are at Lib 1.3. Mr. Hogue?
Because we're going to have to go.
This one was already adopted.
It was already adopted?
Yeah, it's here. It's Lib 1.
Oh, sorry, that was contained within Lib 1. That is actually, so we can withdraw Lib 3 because that wording was already taken.
One?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Which is very exciting because I can now get to the part where I can ask, shall clause 5 carry as amended?
On division.
On division, we are moving to clause 6. And that brings us to NDP 6. I have a note here that if NDP 6 is adopted, CPC 1.1 cannot be moved due to line conflict. Monsieur Nantel?
Merci.
Thank you very much. So, our objective here is in clause 6 amended by replacing line 22 on page 5 with the following quote: that the Government of Canada affirms that the rights, unquote.
Affirm instead of affirms, but I think it's the same essence.
Any discussion? Mr. Ansangri?
Essentially, Madam Chair, it doesn't necessarily add anything to to the bill as it is right now. It essentially says affirm twice. So we're affirming an affirmation of Section 35 rights. So it just appears to be redundant.
All right. Any other discussion? Monsieur Nautel?
Just for the fun. So, page, we are at page 5, and line, I would say it's an approximation 21, recognition by Government of Canada. So it says, the Government of Canada recognizes that the rights of Indigenous people recognized and affirmed by section of the Constitution Act includes rights related to Indigenous languages. So, having 2 times the word recognize or affirm is not, by any chance, is not a drama. But Romeo and me understand your point, and we'll let go. We're letting go.
Monsieur Nautel, I see that we have bells. So my quick question, we are downstairs. Does anybody want to finish NDP 6 before we go up? Because I don't know how much time we have, but 27 minutes. Or do you want to go and come back? All right. Then we do not have unanimous consent, so we will be back after the vote. we're going to start again. Welcome back. Like welcome back, Cotter. Welcome back. We are on NDP 6. We had started talking about NDP 6, which is an amendment to Clause 6, line 27, page 5 in French, line 22, page 5 in English. Was there anybody who wanted to discuss NDP 6? On a déjà commencé.
We've already begun. And unfortunately, the bells began to ring after we'd begun discussing this. If anyone would like to. Thank you indeed. So NDP 6.
No, Clause 5 carried on division.
Oh, yes, so we went back to... Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, good. Okay, so,
Je pense
here.
que vous avez commencé à décrire pourquoi.
You had begun describing why. And you had done this, but it's just to see whether anyone else has anything to add. Thank you. I don't see any other interventions, no other commentary. So if we're ready to vote on this, NDP 6, all those in favor? All those against? Very well. So,
alors, maintenant nous continuons.
So let us continue on to CPC 1.1.
Who's the one moving this one? Ms. McLeod?
Thank you. Through one of our witnesses and also through the request that we put in for some legal analysis, we did hear, first of all, that it's highly unusual to sort of reaffirm a right embedded in a legislation. We're an amendment that you will see later. We'll move it to the preamble. And there was also some discussion in terms of whether it was legal and appropriate in terms of the sort of jurisdictional issues with the, the provinces, Indigenous peoples, and Canada. So, I know that the Liberals, we're always, when we propose legislation in the former government, we're always very concerned in terms of not overstepping constitutional boundaries, and I think there was enough red flags and no comfortable response. So I think we would be best to acknowledge Section 35 rights, but certainly to talk about language rights into the preamble.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of CPC 1.1?
Can I have a recorded vote on this?
Sure. So, clerk will call it out.
Ms. McLeod?
Yes.
Mr. Shields? Mr. Udiga? Yes. Mr. Nantal?
No.
Ms. Dillon?
No.
Mr. Spengman?
Nope.
Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Boissonneau?
No.
No. Mr. Hogue?
Mr. Hogue? Okay, it's defeated. That brings us to NDP 7. Monsieur Nantel?
Excusez-moi.
I'm sorry. It is mealtime after all. It's the evening meal. So, page 5, line 30. The rights at issue at paragraph 1 involve or include the fact that Native peoples have the right to reappropriate their language, their method of writing, their history, and to revitalize them and to use it to develop them and to strengthen them and to transmit them to future generations and current generations, and B, the right to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons, the right to establish their own media and their own languages, and D, the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of their culture, And E, the right to enter into agreements with the Government of Canada or with provincial governments, including agreements to further the purposes of this Act. So those are the changes that we would like to see adopted. Are there any questions?
NPD 7.
NDP 7. Not seeing any interventions, we will vote. All those in favor, all those against, and it is defeated.
Yes? I hear munching. So okay, yes, thank you.
On division.
On division. Okay. Alors maintenant, c'est NPD 8.
So on to NDP 8. This is the new 6.1. Mr. Nantel. Very well, then I will read it. But if you prefer, you can simply refer to it. It's at page 13 in the booklet. Basically, what we're saying here is that at page 5, after line 25 on page 5, the following new clauses will be included. Additional specific rights related to Inuktitut. Definitions applying to this section and sections 6.2 and 6.5. Inuit regions means Nunavut, Nunavut, the Nunavut settlement areas defined in Section 2 of the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement Act, and the Inuvialut settlement region referred to in the definition agreement in Section 2 of the Western Arctic Inuvialut Claims Settlement Act. Inuktitut means the indigenous language spoken by Inuit in Canada. It includes Inunaktun, it's taking a little effort to pronounce this correctly, Inunaktun, Inuktitut, Inutut, and Inuvialuktun, as well as related dialects and subdialects. 2. This section and section 6.2 to 6.5 are to be interpreted in accordance with the following principles. A. Inuit Nunanbat, being the Inuit homeland in Canada, is a district, cultural, political, and geographical area composed of the Inuit regions. B. Inuktitut is an original language of Canada, the original language of Inuit Nunangat, and the first language spoken by the majority of Inuit Nunangat residents. Shall I continue to read this, or are you able to? Very well, then I shall continue. So, effective public administration in Inuit Nunavut is best achieved through the delivery of programs and services in the first language of the recipients of those programs and services, and D. Speakers of Inuktitut are entitled to programs and services in Inuktitut, the quality and accessibility of which are comparable to programs and services offered to Canadians living in parts or regions of Canada where English or French predominates. 6.21. The Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that, in close collaboration with Inuit governing bodies and in a manner consistent with the powers and jurisdictions of the provinces, the necessary measures are taken to sustain and support the status of Inuktitut as an original language of Canada, including by ensuring that federal programs and services are delivered in Inuktitut, in Inuit Nunangat, to the extent that demand requires and capacity allows, and outside Inuit Nunangat, where the numbers of speakers of Inuktitut warrant its use. 2. Shall I continue? It's really up to you if you would like to, given that everyone has it in front of them. Well, I can see everyone's able to read this, of course. If you have anything else you'd like to specify or emphasize, that I'm happy to listen to you, and I'm happy reading it. Very kind of you to want to hear me. But if you don't wish to read it in detail, perhaps we could spend our time discussing it. I quite agree with you entirely. So does anyone have anything they would like to discuss in relation to NDP 8? Very good, then. All those in favor of NDP 8? All those against NDP 8? Good, negatived, or defeated? So, section 7 and NDP 9 to begin with. Would you like to read it yourselves, or shall I read it? Well, we can certainly read it, I think, if everyone is in agreement. But if you'd like to add anything about it, of course, Orly, you're welcome to do so.
This is my voiceover part. If NDP 9 is adopted, Lib 2 and Lib 2.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Okay. Seeing no debate, all in favor of NDP 9? All opposed? All right. So we are now, I understand there is Lib 2.1. Right? Or is there, well, is anyone, there's Lib 2 and Lib 2.1. So which is being moved? Mr. Hoag.
2.1.
2.1. You have any commentary about 2.1?
Yes, that it, given the input from Mr. Shields, and he made the point quite clear with diverse being a strange word. So with respect to this, it would be Clause 7 would read, the minister must consult with a variety of Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and a variety of Indigenous organizations, just so replacing the word with variety.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Lib 2.1? Okay. That looks unanimous to me, so it passes. And that brings us to Clause 7. Shall Clause 7 as amended carry? On division. Clause 8 begins with PV 3. How does that, does Ms. May have to be here to move it?
No, it's
Deemed to be moved. Okay. So, if PV 3 is adopted, Lib 3 and 3.1 cannot be moved because of a line conflict. Any? Mr. Andesangri?
Right.
No.
Well, with respect to Ms. May's amendment, this is PV3. So we believe that this really seeks to give power to the minister to cooperate with Indigenous services, but it's not just Indigenous services. There are multiplicities of different departments that need to be part of it. So we don't want to just specify Indigenous services. So we want to have a broader open-ended level of consultation.
Any other discussion on PV3? Okay. All in favor of PV3? All opposed? All right. It is defeated. That puts us to Lib 3 and 3.1, which I believe cover the same lines. Mr. Hoag, which are you moving, Lib 3 or Lib 3.1?
I am moving Lib 3.1.
Okay.
That Clause 8, that the minister must cooperate with provincial and territorial governments by replacing line 8 on page 6 with the following: after jurisdictions of the provinces and territories of Indigenous governing. And replacing line 1 on page 6 with the minister must cooperate with provincial and territorial governments.
So basically adding territory.
That's correct.
Or
Or
territorial.
territories or territorial.
Got it.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Lib 3.1 carries. Shall Clause 8 as amended carry? On division. Clause 9. Lib 3.2. If Lib 3.2 is adopted, Lib 4 cannot be moved because of a line conflict. Mr. Hoag.
That Clause 9 be amended by
Moving lib 3.
3.2.
Okay, thanks.
That clause 9 be amended by replacing lines 14 to 17 on page 6 with the following. In a manner consistent with the rights of Indigenous peoples recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 and the powers and jurisdictions of Indigenous governing bodies and of the provinces and territories, the Minister. And replacing line 20 on page 6 with the following, with a provincial or territorial agreement.
Any discussion? Believe the changes are adding and territories and or territorial. Seeing no debate, all in favor? All opposed? It carries. That means lib 4 cannot be moved. Shall clause 9 as amended carry? On division. We've already dealt with Article 9.1, or sorry, Clause 9.1, which brings us to Clause 10. The first listed there was IND 3, which was consequential, so it's not going ahead. So we now have lib 5.
5.1?
If that is a preference, I believe. I've been told they're identical.
Okay.
So, but if you want 5.1, that's fine. You can move lib 5.1.
And clause 10 be amended by replacing line 33 on page 6 with the following, Government of Canada or the government of a province or territory.
All right. All in favor? All opposed? That carries. Just because I know there are a bunch of them that have this territorial change, can we just as a short form, would that be acceptable to everyone that when it's one of those that just adds territories or territorials, that he just says territories or territorial? That's it? Okay, thanks. Shall clause 10 as amended carry? On division. There are no proposed amendments to clause 11 that I've seen, so shall clause 11 carry? On division. That brings us to clause 12. There are no amendments standing because NDP 10 was consequential to NDP 1 and has been defeated. So that means we can go straight to a vote on clause 12. Shall clause 12 carry?
On division.
On division. Clause 13. Lib 6. If lib 6 is adopted, lib 6.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Mr. Hogue.
So this is, again, using the word variety, placing variety in. So clause 13 be amended by replacing the English version, lines 15 to 17 on page 7 with the following. The minister has consulted with a variety of Indigenous governments and a variety of Indigenous organizations.
All in favor? All opposed? In favor. Okay, that carries. NDP 11 was consequential to NDP 1, so that doesn't go forward. Shall clause 13 as amended carry?
On division.
On division. We have a new clause 13.1. That is lib 6.2. Mr. Hogue.
That line 21 on page 7 be amended by adding the minister may establish a committee to provide the minister with advice on the appointment of the commissioner. So this is to deal with the issue we discussed earlier with respect to ensuring that the commissioner does have authority to receive advice, therefore our expectation that it would be an Indigenous person.
Any discussion on lib 6.2? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? It carries. Can I just ask one quick question? do I have to ask if lib's 13.1? No. Okay. So there are no amendments to there are no amendments to clause 14 that I have seen. So shall clause 14 carry?
On division.
On division. So we are now at clause 15. And we have lib 7 and lib 7.1. If lib 7 is adopted, lib 7.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Mr. Hogue.
This is simply the same, changing the word diverse to variety.
All in favor? All opposed? It carries. Lib 7. So shall clause 15 as amended carry?
On division.
Thank you. I can't say on. That's your line. Okay. That brings us to clause 16. And we have lib 8, which if lib 8 is adopted, lib 8.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Mr. Hogue.
Moving lib point 8.1 and be amended by replacing lines 2 to 4 on page 8 with the following. The minister has consulted with Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and Indigenous organizations. The governor in council. That the minister, has consulted with a variety of Indigenous governments and Indigenous bodies and a variety of Indigenous organizations.
All right. Any discussion? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. All in favor? All opposed? It carries. That's lib 8.2 is next. Mr. Hogue.
Clause 16 be amended by adding after line 6 on page 8 the following. Before making recommendations under subsection 1, the minister must seek comments in order to ensure that the governor in council appoints persons who have the ability to represent the interests of First Nations, the Inuit, and the Métis. Again, reinforcing the statement made earlier.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Lib 8.2 carries. Shall clause 16 as amended carry?
On division.
I see no amendments proposed to clause 17. Shall clause 17 carry?
On division.
Thank you. Clause 18 is NDP 12. Monsieur Nautet.
Very well, then here, referring to page 8 at lines 9 to 11, the following changes. 18, the commissioner and directors are to be appointed to hold office on a full-time basis.
Page 8, aux lignes 9.
Page 8, then, lines 9 to 11.
Madam Chair, this really does allow for the flexibility of doing it part-time or full-time. So we believe the flexibility is important. We're not at this point. Once this process at this stage of the bill, we believe that flexibility is important because in order to get the expertise, someone who may be engaged in something else concurrently, we may not be able to get the most qualified person to fill that role. Therefore, something that essentially the flexibility, I think, is what's contemplated in the bill right now.
Right. Monsieur Nautet?
Monsieur Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri, well, the truth of the matter is that we hear constantly that this is a very urgent matter relating to a multitude of languages that would certainly require several people to hold office. So simply designating a full-time basis office is reassuring an entire community. Of course, you're looking for flexibility, but right now people fear that we are moving too quickly on this and that we will dilute what was intended. I think that full-time basis, it's not that much to ask after all. It would be very surprising that before the end of the renewal process of this legislation, we wouldn't be actually needing a full-time basis person.
Oh, more debate. Mr. Hogue.
So I concur with the argument just made by Mr. Natel, And despite there being a wonderful argument put forward to the contrary here. And so I believe that it is worth having full-time and being able to establish that type of consistency in the program.
All right. Ms. McLeod?
Well, here, Mr. and Deng Sangari, I agree with him in terms of the flexibility. You might have the perfect candidate who says, I can only do 30 hours a week, or, I have some time off. So I think it's not precluding full-time, and certainly the goal would be full-time, but I would hate to see an ideal candidate be disqualified because the legislation, they could only work 32 hours a week, not 37. So I think that would be very foolish of us.
Okay. So seeing no further debate on it, all in favor of NDP 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? NDP 12 carries. Shall clause 18 as amended carry? On division. Now, this is a very exciting part because there are no amendments proposed to clause 19 to 22. So if you are okay with me grouping them and asking if clause 19 to 22 should carry on division. That brings us to clause 23. Clause 23 brings us to the PV4, and we are joined by Ms. May once again. So if you would like, Ms. May?
Thank you. I apologize for absence. I was also doing adjournment proceedings this evening. Just the fun never stops, Madam President. So this amendment is in the evidence, it's derived from the evidence of Wanda Wilson, President of Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre. And what I'm attempting to do with the amendment on in clause 23, line 3 on page 9, is to replace language that we currently find in order to strengthen the notion of reclaiming, revitalizing, so that the Office of the Commissioner will include such efforts through research and assessment. So that's why there's an additional subclause B to support the efforts of Indigenous peoples, including in their research and assessments. And then the clause continues as it did before.
Any discussion? Monsieur Nantel.
On tient à manifester notre soutien.
We certainly support the position presented by Ms. May. Very well. And
Madam Chair, we believe we have an amendment in section 24 that would capture this, and therefore we won't be supporting this.
Okay. So, seeing no further debate, all in favor of PV4? That's 4. All opposed? That's 5. It does not carry. NDP 13. Alors, Monsieur Nantel?
for you, Mr. Nantel, NDP 13, at the bottom of page 9, at E, we're in clause 23, lines 24 and 25, we would like to change the following. Provincial, the support Indigenous language education, and at those lines.
It's a very puzzling amendment because absolutely we support education, but sometimes innovation is not synonymous with education. So I'd like to understand what he found concerning about innovation, new technologies. I thought those were very strong pieces in the bill.
Notre vision là-dessus, c'est simple.
Our view is merely that this seems more in line with the testimony that we heard and with the concerns that we heard about education. To be debated, of course.
Of NDP 13. All opposed? Does not carry. Lib 9. Mr. Hogue.
Just clause 23 be amended by replacing line 29 on page 9 with the following: provincial and territorial governments, yet again.
All in favor of Lib 9? All opposed? Carries. Shall clause 23 as amended carry?
On division.
Okay, we are at clause 24, and we have PV 5. Ms. May.
Thank you very much. In this is similar to amendments I brought forward some time ago in replacing the word fluency with the notions of building proficiency, restoring, and maintaining. So these occur in clause 24 at line 3, and rather than saying maintaining fluency, my amendment would say in those languages, identifying measures to build proficiency, to restore, and etc. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion?
I think that's a reasonable and supportable amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All in favor of PV 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, Ms. May. Okay. And F5? Oh, all opposed? Yeah. Okay. So that does not carry. NPD 14, Monsieur Nantel.
NDP 14, Mr. Nantel. Well, if I'm not mistaken, here we've just addressed the change proposed by the Green Party that dealt with the same issue. Haven't we already debated this, the issue of fluency or proficiency? Isn't this merely consequential to the prior vote? I mean, we're not going to debate this twice, I hope.
Line 3 on page 10. Je ne sais pas pourquoi.
C'est le même concept, peut-être juste dans un autre.
It's the same concept, but perhaps merely in another section of the bill, so we will be voting against it. Very well. So it's the same idea, but just in another line.
All in favor of NDP 14? Right. All opposed? Okay, NDP 14 does not carry. PV 6, Ms. May.
Thank you. And I'd urge my friends across the way in the Liberal Party to look at this one and consider whether you couldn't let it pass. We have the evidence from Jennifer Wickham from Wet'suwet'en, that not Wet'suwet'en, sorry, Wet'suwet'en territories, that what we see happening, and in her words, when we talk about research and community studies, she said, quote, "The concern is that our communities have been researched and researched and researched, and we don't have access to that information." So what my amendment proposes is the officer of the commissioner should, when conducting research, and it currently says community assessments, that's where we are on sub 2. The research or studies referred to in paragraph 1B may take into account, among other things, community assessments. So my amendment says may take into account a community assessment with the consent of the Indigenous community in respect of which the assessment was undertaken, as well as other things. And I insert a new subclause 2.1 that the office must keep the Indigenous community informed of the progress of any research or studies that it undertakes under subsection 1, must recognize the community's contributions in its final report, and must provide it with a copy. This is completely non-controversial, one would hope, in 2019, as a recognition of the disrespect of the decades and decades and decades of studies about Indigenous peoples, but not with Indigenous peoples, not for Indigenous peoples. This would correct that gap quite substantially. Thank you.
Ms. McLeod?
I'd like to ask the officials if they have any comments in terms of would this create challenges in the bill to support Ms. May?
There has been in the past preoccupation with respect to research and study and access to the results. That being said, the intent behind the amendment is one that has, a purpose. I would say, however, and I wouldn't want to move into other amendments that will come later, that there might be another way to address similar thing without necessarily creating a burden that would be a little convoluted by maybe making obligations that are probably excluding other possibilities. Sorry, I'm not expressing myself very well, but what I mean by that is it may be a little bit too procedural to actually talk about informing every step of the way about progress. That being said, finding a way to actually provide access to the results is something that would probably be desirable.
Mr. Boissonneau?
Thanks, Madam Chair. If you seek it, I think you will find general support on this side with some amendments. And in part, what Madame Laurando just said was exactly my thinking and our thinking on this, which is 2.1, we think we've covered it elsewhere. We don't want it to be overly burdensome. And I think one of the principles that we heard clearly from witnesses is get as much money into the communities as possible. Let's not over-bureaucratize this piece. And so we think that we might be more precise in part 2.1 elsewhere in the amendments. But we take your point of 1B, and as long as we could strike as well as other things and take out clause 2.1, we would make that sub-amendment. And I think you'd see that sort of a compromise on your amendment, Ms. May.
It's Mr. Shields and then Ms. May, unless, actually, sorry, you've kind of proposed a sub-amendment, so I'm to the sub-amendment, in which case, Ms.
Just
May.
to remind members of committee, I'm here with no powers whatsoever. I'm not a member of the committee. My amendments are deemed to have been made. I can say nothing about it, pro or con. I'd prefer the entire amendment to be carried, but I'm in the weirdest position in the history of the Parliament of Canada with a special motion passed in every committee that essentially applies
I
only
believe
to me.
we have heard
so
that
that's my
stuff.
problem. I can't. But thank you for asking me, Randy. It was very charitable.
Yeah, Ms. McLeod. And
Sorry, I believe in the
he wasn't
speaking
on the
order.
sub-amendment.
Go ahead.
Could we just hear the wording of the line, please?
Yes, Mr.
So that Bill C-91 in clause 24 be amended by replacing lines 6 and 7 on page 10 with the following. 1B may take into account a community assessment with the consent of the Indigenous community in respect of which the assessment was undertaken.
All right. Any other discussion about the sub-amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? Okay, so the sub-amendment carries. That brings us to PV 6, which has been sub-amended. Any further discussion on PV 6? Seeing none, all in favor of PV 6 as amended? PV 6 carries. Which brings us to CPC 2. I will say CPC 2, if adopted, Lib 10 and 10.1 cannot be moved. And if CPC 2 is defeated, so is Lib 10, as they are identical. Ms. McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just taking me a minute to get through my, what page are we at for this one? Sorry. Thank you. So what we were trying to accomplish, and I again would go to the officials, is we heard fear from many, many witnesses around the Statistics Canada, and even with the word may, there was still that fear expressed by many. So is that the right one?
Stats Canada Library.
Oh.
We agree.
All right. Does anybody, so CPC 2, all in favor? All right. It carries, CPC 2. And then Lib 10 then is identical. So so that's gone. Lib, yeah, no. Wait, it's the même chose, no?
It is the same thing, right? Very well. So now Lib 10.1.
cannot be moved because of the fact that it covers the same lines. I read that out when I'd kind of gone through the consequentials. So I'm just trying to discuss, because it's this 2 whole paragraphs in here, whether there was something to be done. This addresses, in fact, I believe, the reason why I'm flagging it is just because Ms. May, when she had raised her issues, had actually flagged these issues that are in 10.1.
Could we get consent? Well, could we get consent to address these? Or do we require consent? Or can we get that?
Faire quelque chose comme ça. If there was a desire to revisit the 10.1 question, I'm just putting it out there for everyone. I don't know if you've seen Lib 10.1. Then the only way to do that would be to have unanimous consent to reverse the decision on CPC 2 and then do 10.1. I'm going to just let everyone look at it so that you see what it's doing, because it's not reversing that part that you had talked about, Ms. McLeod.
Madam Chair, I think on principle we indicated that anything that came to the table today we wouldn't support revisiting. So,
Ms. McLeod, I mean, with respect, I think in the spirit of moving this along, while you had indicated that at the beginning, and I think you were disappointed, and you were correct in that at that time. I think given where we are trying to improve the bill, and I think there's a genuine effort to do so, and I think the language itself is somewhat plain, and it does really speak to an amendment that you had brought forward and we had supported. So I would really encourage you to look at this and maybe give your opinion. I just don't base it on principle and what you indicated earlier.
Ms. Shields or Mr. Shields?
Can you give us 3 minutes, please?
Yes.
Or just come back to it.
So why don't we give us, suspend for 3 minutes so that you can all look at it and see what happened? helpful. Ms. McLeod.
Madam Chair, I would recommend we skip that, continue through the bill, and I know that your colleagues on the other side are diligently working on a solution to what is a big issue with what they wanted to do.
Right. Okay, so we can stand down clause 24.
Yep.
Oh, Monsieur Nantel.
Are we voting on 24 now?
No.
Are we skipping it?
We're going to stand down 24, if that's okay.
Okay.
We're going to hold it and continue on, and then the clerks here will help remind me to bring it back. Okay. Clause 25, Lib 10.2. Mr. Hogue.
Clause 25 be amended by replacing line 25 on page 10 with the following. C, conduct research and studies and community assessments in respect of the.
All right. Any discussion on Lib 10.2? Seeing none, all in favor of 10.2? Opposed? It carries. PV 7. Ms. May.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is again related to evidence that we heard from two of the witnesses, Wanda Wilson from Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre and Jennifer Wickham from Wet'suwet'en. And the clause 25 currently refers to support offered by office. And what this amendment does is to specify a bit more, promote and assist research and scholarship, collect, store, and update data, archive collections, facilitate knowledge sharing among Indigenous groups in respect of the language. So it's just a bit more specificity about the functions and keeping them as close as possible to the First Nations communities involved.
Right. All in favor? All opposed? It does not carry. PV 8. PV 7. That brings us to Lib 11. If Mr. Hogue.
Clause 25 be amended by replacing line 31 on page 10 with the following. Or territorial governments to establish culturally appropriate. Again, adding territorial.
Lib 11 carry. All in favor? Yes. No opposition? We're good. PV 8. Ms. May.
Thank you.
Wait 1 second. I believe there was an issue that had been flagged to me by the legislative clerk. So I'm just going to flag before you begin discussion that it was flagged for me that 2A in reference to the Trademark Act may be out of scope of this legislation. So that was raised by the legislative clerk. So,
and thank you, Madam Chair. I was also made aware that was a possibility, but if this provision to protect intellectual property rights for research, technology, and certification standards did come up in evidence. It does, intellectual property rights are certainly within the frame of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and is very clearly connected with the work that we'll be doing in this bill towards expanding and restoring and preserving Indigenous languages. There will be innovations that come along with that, and intellectual property protections will certainly make sense, particularly around the registering of their own trademarks within Indigenous communities. So the full amendment, I won't go into it in all its detail, because as you mentioned, there might be one part that was a problem, but we don't want to prevent Indigenous communities from licensing and otherwise making available property that is their own intellectual property. And that's the key concern, that we not inadvertently deprive Indigenous communities of something that they would otherwise have.
You were okay with, like, that was the only part that you had. Okay. Debate? Seeing none, all in favor of PV 8? All opposed? PV 8 does not carry. Shall clause 25 as amended carry?
On division.
That was on division? Yeah. Shall clause 26 carry?
On division.
Clause 27 has NDP 15. Monsieur Nantel.
Ici, l'esprit.
Very well here. What we have in mind in this amendment is to ensure that we don't restrict to specific persons the denouncing of a situation, let's say about a language that is being lost. If any of our electors, for example, people in our ridings, were to ask us to speak to this matter, right now the legislation would prevent us from doing so. So our proposal here is that any complaint filed by any individual organization respecting any matter referred. Any comments, Mr. Boissonneau? I would ask for the department's opinion on this. I think this is a very broad issue, and it might lead to unexpected problems if anyone wanted to bring up any matter whatsoever, or, complaining about Indigenous peoples, for example. Ms. Laurendeau. Yes, thank you. Yes, indeed. The idea behind bringing in paragraph 27.1 the way it's done here is to give any representative of Indigenous peoples full power to decide when any examination of a complaint should occur. By broadening the approach as we do here, we might be respecting one of the 11 principles that they had asked us to use, keeping the commissioner's activities very restricted or to reduce costs, for example, but this would broaden, nevertheless, the catchment, if you wish, the types of complaints that could be heard, and would also allow for complaints directly related to Indigenous peoples be heard. It's a balance we're trying to look for, a broad approach and a specific approach, which is guided by the spirit of the matter as proposed by the Indigenous peoples.
Dean? All opposed? It does not carry. Shall clause 27 carry?
On division.
Now, this is a moment where we get, if you will allow me, clause 28 to 42, there are no amendments that I can see. So if we can, shall clauses 27 to 42 carry?
On division.
On division. That brings us to clause 43, 11, lib 11.1. Mr. Hogue.
Clause 43 be amended by adding, after line 21 on page 16, the following. A list of the research and studies undertaken under subsection 24.1.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, Ms. May.
As this amendment is very similar to my next one, I'm just wondering if it's seen as a line conflict or whether we'll proceed to my amendment in any event.
Oh, that has not been raised. Wait 1 second. Conflict, because this is
the same thing.
You do the same thing, but the 11.1 is on line 21, and yours, PV9,
It's on line
is
23.
on line 23.
Sorry, thank you.
But you are right that you do end up doing the same thing. So probably don't
Just
need it.
as well that it's going ahead.
Excellent. So all in favor?
I withdraw that? No. Make the same?
Do it.
No, I
Okay.
think you all end up in the same place, right? We're all, Ms. May is, Ms. May is okay with 11.1?
Yes, but my views are, as I mentioned, not material, but yes, it just I thought might make it easier to say, but I can't remove my own amendment just to save you time because I don't have the power to do that. But it does the same thing.
Okay, so all in favor of 11.1? All opposed? It carries. PV9. Ms. May does the same thing as what we just did with 11.1. So we're good with not moving up? Yep. Shall clause 43 as amended carry? On division. Shall clause 44 carry?
Division.
Clause 45, lib 12. Now, I'm just going to point out, lib 12, if it is adopted, lib 12.1 cannot be moved due to a line conflict.
Clause 45 be amended by replacing in the English version lines 2 and 3 on page 17 with the following. A variety of Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and a variety of Indigenous organizations consistent with Mr. Shields' requests.
Why didn't Mr.
And
Shields
insight.
move any of this?
Yeah, we.
So that's 12.1. No.
He's given us guidance for it.
Oh.
Never stopped him before.
All in favor of 12.1.
Oh.
All opposed? Okay, lib 12.1 carries. Lib 12.2, Mr. Hoag.
Clause 45 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 17 the following. Respecting procedures for consultations required under this act as well as for the negotiation of agreements or arrangements under sections 8 and 9.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of lib 12.2? All opposed? It carries. Shall clause 45 as amended carry? That was on division. Sur la division, we have now lib 12.3. It's a new clause. Clause 45.1. Mr. Hoag.
That it be amended by adding after line 23 on page 17 the following. The minister must ensure that Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and Indigenous organizations are afforded a meaningful opportunity to collaborate in policy development, leading to the making of regulations under Section 45.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Lib 12.3 carries. That brings our new clause 45.1. Am I right that there are no amendments to 46 to 48? 46, yeah. Okay, so if we can do them as a group, all in favor? Okay, so shall clause 46 to 48 carry on division? Clause 49, lib 12.4, Mr. Hoag.
Be amended by adding after line 17 on page 18 the following. Before submitting the report to the minister, the person or body that conducts the review must consult with a variety of Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and a variety of Indigenous organizations concerning the consultations and recommendations that should be included in the report.
Conclusions, not consultations.
Oh,
Just conclusions.
oh, conclusions. Pardon me. I was just back to consulting as Mr.
discussion?
Shields would want.
All in favor of 12.4? All opposed? It carries. Shall clause 49 as amended carry?
On division.
Thank you. New. Okay. New clause 49.1, lib 12.5. Mr. Hoag.
Be amended by adding after line 25 on page 18 the following. As soon as feasible after the 5th anniversary of the day on which this section comes into force, and after each subsequent 5th anniversary, a review of this act and its administration and operation is to be commenced by a committee of the Senate, of the House of Commons, or both Houses of Parliament that may be designated or established for such purpose.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of lib 12.5? All opposed? Lib 12.5 carries. Shall clause 50 carry?
On division.
On division. That brings us back, I believe, to the clause that we held down.
Without agreeing, can we discuss this without agreeing to reopen it? Is there any way, or do we have to unanimously agree?
Let's discuss it, if that's okay.
I'm asking the clerk to see if, is there any way to discuss this without reopening?
to have the conversation on the proposed amendment. I like conversation, so Mr. Anderson, I'm still trying to figure out if we can have a conversation. Or
Can we suggest a recess and we have an open discussion here?
Yeah. If you look at your amendment 10.1,
Now we're on it.
I actually stole that text completely and made a new amendment called 24.1.
that is beautiful, beautiful.
It's not my idea. It's this guy there. He'll need a job soon. And so that's simple. That's very simple. You see what I mean? If you agree to this, we go.
Well, you have every right to table a new amendment.
And I guess we can discuss that, which may help your discussion.
refer to this text as my text.
Does that work for you, being able to have a discussion, Ms. McLeod, about the topic?
I think it's more up to the clerk to advise us.
Est-ce qu'il peut, ouais?
Si vous voulez proposer,
If you wish to move the amendment 10.1, which would become a new clause, 24.1, that's correct, yes. Very well.
Anyone want to discuss proposed?
we have to deal with.
All right. So this is the way it's going to have to happen. We were going to have to do lib 20. Sorry, we're going to have to pass through clause 24 first before we can do 24.1. So there's a leap of everyone at this table understanding where it's going, because we're going to have to carry 24.
You had to have unanimous consent to.
No, I don't need unanimous consent
For-
to carry the 24 as amended if it was amended. after
amended,
that.
okay, Right. thank
So
you.
that would have to
Thank
be,
you.
like, that would
Yeah.
carry through. Then we would continue the discussion knowing that we're going to have an amendment for a 24.1, a new clause. All right? So it was amended, right? So shall clause 24 as amended carry on division? So, Monsieur Nantel, I understand you have a motion for us.
Yes. It's very well written, actually. We put a lot of time into this. But vous savez très bien. Just please go check in the new, this thing that I wouldn't name, but on page 1, lib 10.1, it refers, we can now call it 24.1, and it's a very good, very well spirited resolution.
Any
No, came out like this.
Was Mr. Thong, was there, no? Mr. Andesangri? No.
Oh, the supplement?
You have
Sorry
one.
about that. I would like to change, Madam Chair, the office may to the office must. In both paragraphs.
You see?
Just as a suggestion to my friend Wayne, that in most legal language would use shall instead of must. It's the same effect, but I would suggest it would probably read more typically as shall.
The lawyer in me has flagged this, except for that the word must has been used throughout this legislation earlier in the same paragraph. So you
Well-
would have a conflict of wording. But I respect that. I'm old school and like my shalls and mays. Ms. McLeod? Oh, we're on the sub-amendment right now of changing the mays to musts.
No,
No?
it's the amendment, thank you.
Okay. So shall the sub-amendment that would replace the may that appears in the second sentence of sub 3 is the way it's worded here, and again in the second sentence in sub 4, that would be replaced with must. So seeing no debate on that, shall all in favor? Yep. All opposed? Okay, so The sub-amendment carries. Now we are back to the motion for 24.1. Ms. McLeod.
My concern was not just doing legislation on the fly, having things tabled. We know that we have many clauses that were challenging to get right, but my bigger issue, which I've expressed, is you could have work being done with multi-parties. Let's say you have 5 different language communities asking for having research as a one research study, and they're using different techniques and they're doing comparative analysis between it, and one group can ask for the results and have the results for all that might not necessarily be something that the others want to share. So I think when you do something on the fly, we're heading down dangerous territory here. And I think, you know what, if the Senate, I don't for 1 minute doubt that the Senate is going to make other changes to this bill. It will be coming back to the House. I think it needs to be done with due diligence and really with some testimony saying what happens if there's different language groups, comparative, and you don't want to share, you don't want to be compared, you don't want your program being compared. We've headed into a dangerous area with this. And it happens when you do it on the fly. And so we absolutely are adamantly concerned about this clause as it stands.
Mr. Boissonnault?
Madam Chair, I would like the department maybe to give some insights into how we arrived at this clause.
Yep. The underpinning behind that is that when there is collaborative research that is done together, at the outset, the methodology is agreed, just like any collaborative work, which would include end-to-end from the moment that information is gathered to the moment where the information is released or used for comparative purposes. It leaves the possibility of not participating or strike an agreement with the commissioner to actually have a single research with one community specifically. It doesn't preclude that. So the idea behind that was to provide for the possibility of having comparative research, but not forcing comparative research. And once people participate, they participate from the beginning to the end, and it's pre-agreed, and it's not forced on anybody.
Ms. McLeod and then Mr. Shields.
Madam Chair, and again, respectfully, and we just had this table drop tonight, but, you know, I interpret this as someone agreeing to research and getting their own results, ensuring that they have the right to their own results. The whole issue around collaborative research, I don't see it being particularly well addressed, and people might want to have research where they have collaborative research efforts and that they don't have the results shared with their other partners. They want it for their own self-improvement. As I say, this needs, I think it's fine if it's either defeated and given more thought in terms of when the Senate looks at it, we can flag it to the Senate as an issue that might need some more witnesses, some more thought, but we're heading down a dangerous path and we're doing legislation on the fly, and I am really uncomfortable.
Okay. Any further debate? Seeing none. Mr. Shields. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a different kind of research we're talking about in different kind of communities, and it's a little bit like my colleague has mentioned. This is not like going out and saying, okay, these 10 communities municipally, we're going to do research and get back to you on the research and collaborate with us. We're talking about independent nations here. And this is different. And I think that's you're pushing the boundaries with this one when you're talking collaborating in independent nations versus a number of municipal communities, like groups, different things that might sign off and give you permission. This one's got to be careful with this. Got to be careful what you're suggesting here. And I think the caution is wise to take. Got to be careful.
Monsieur Nantel.
Je remercie mes collègues.
I thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. You might say that it's a little late for me to listen to you and to thank you, but consulting my colleague Romeo, I've heard him tell us that to carry out such work, well, your concern might indeed be an amendment that we would add regarding funding for this.
Vous mettez de l'argent ici, vous ajoutez à ce moment-là une disposition et vous assurez ainsi qu'on traite de cette question. Donc, il reste de l'espace pour être plus à l'aise. Voilà. Monsieur Boissneau. L'article de Mme May propose qu'il y ait consentement. Donc, ça va. On a eu cette discussion. Moi, ça va. Je pense qu'on a apaisé cette préoccupation. Et en réponse à Mme McLeod, si on se trompe, oui, le Sénat va nous le dire. Hein. Bon. Peu de discussion. L'article... Est-ce que en faveur du nouvel amendement NDP, tel que modifié? Contre? Alors, NDP 9, qui crée 24.1, est adopté, tel que modifié. Bien, merci. Ce qui nous ramène au préambule. Alors là, hein, c'est le dernier droit. Hein? Il n'y a pas beaucoup d'autres amendements. Et ensuite, ça devrait abréger les choses. Alors, on me signale que... Alors, le titre abrégé est-il adopté? C'est adopté, oui? OK, bon. Préambule. Alors, on m'a signalé, c'est le greffier légiste qui me l'a signalé, que le préambule, que l'amendement au préambule, alors, PV 10, est irrecevable sur le plan de la procédure et le greffier légiste peut répondre à vos questions si vous en avez. Il peut vous expliquer pourquoi le CPC 3, par exemple, est inadmissible. Vous pouvez nous expliquer ce qu'il en est? Je demande au...
You're good? Okay, so you're withdrawing CP3-3?
Yep.
Perfect. That makes it...
We had to get the change in the clause
Okay.
6 for that.
Now, PV10 is admissible. So, Ms. May.
Very simple. Everybody's familiar with it around the table, that the current draft speaks of the languages spoken, and that could preclude other forms of language, such as signs. So my amendment would change spoken to used.
All in favor of PV10? All opposed? It carries. That brings us to NDP 16, which I have been told is inadmissible. Wait. I will... You like unanimous consent to make it admissible?
Do you want to amend it?
Decision.
Okay. So the proper way to do this, apparently, is because I've been told by the legislative clerk it's inadmissible, so I'm ruling it inadmissible. Then someone can appeal my decision, and you can have a vote on that. So, go for it.
Can I appeal your decision? Because according to me, c'est assez clair que, puis je vous l'ai dit souvent.
It's quite clear, and I've brought it up several times throughout the study, the extent to which I'm surprised that we quickly went to emotions or found emotions and the really felt experience of First Nations peoples and Métis peoples and Inuit peoples. You know, I never thought that we would have to bring in a language bill to reach them so directly. And that's what has happened. So that's why I think that we should add at page 2, at line 3 on page 2, with the following: forced assimilation, forced relocation, which is already there, during the 60s scoop and residential schools. I think that it's important to specify this. I think that in the spirit of the legislator, there was some,
So appealing.
I put that to a vote as to who agrees with him that my decision should be appealed. Should the decision of the chair be sustained? All in favor? All opposed? All right. So now we can go, and I thank you for putting in your reasons. I do want to flag that if NDP 16 is adopted, Lib 12.6 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So I think Monsieur Nantel a expliqué pourquoi il trouve que c'est
Mr. Montel has explained why he thinks it's important to maintain NDP 16.
16 carries. Alors,
Make a sub-amendment
To Mr. Nantel's motion.
to Mr. Nattel's motion.
Mr. Hogue, yes.
In the preamble be amended by replacing line 3 on page 2 with the following: assimilation, comma, forced relocation, comma, the 60s scoop and residential.
Okay. So we're discussing that sub-amendment made by Mr. Hogue to NDP 16. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? Okay, the sub-amendment carries. That brings us to NDP 16 as a whole. No debate. All in favor of NDP 16 as amended? Thank you.
Just a clarification.
Yes?
Is it the understanding of the committee that in the sub-amendment to Mr. Nantel's new, whatever the number is, or 16, NDP 16, that the sub-amendment ends things at Clause A, there's no Clause B?
No, that was not clear.
But that's the amendment. The amendment did not say B, it ended full stop at residential. So that needs to be clear.
Okay.
For the record.
Monsieur Nantel?
C'est une bonne clarification, monsieur, vous avez raison.
That's a useful clarification. You're quite right, Mr. Boissonneau. And in my point of view, in our point of view, of course, bringing in B was relevant by replacing line 6 on page 2 with the following in English: languages and the destruction of indigenous culture. In French as well, l'érosion, meaning languages and the destruction of indigenous culture. These are things that we have heard. My impression is that everyone is working hard to ensure collaboration. There are a lot of people who would like to step out, though, myself included. So we're making real efforts to make this go forward. So everything we can do to ensure that this bill is better received is very welcome. I think it's impossible to insist too much on, I remember a summary where people just said, look, just help us reconstruct what you destroyed. It's that simple. So I think it's really important to say this. The languages and the destruction of indigenous culture, I think it's just very clear language, and it's really helpful for reconciliation.
So seeing no further debate on NDP 16 as amended, all in favor of NDP 16 as amended? I'm just, okay, is everybody voting?
Suspend, Madam Chair.
We're
2 minutes.
suspending. 2 minutes.
Okay, so to clarify, the amendment to NDP 16, it should read as follows: that Bill C-91 in the preamble be amended, A, by replacing line 3 on page 2 with the following, quote, assimilation, forced relocation, 60 scoop and residential. The 60 scoop and residential. Point à la ligne. And delete the rest.
Clear though, the sub-amendment that was actually passed did not delete B. It only, I've just checked with our legislative clerk to double check, and what was voted upon was an amendment to sub A as a sub-amendment. The sub-amendment did not erase sub B. So that is open to be moved, but I just wanted to be clear that that was not what was voted upon.
I will move that now.
All right. And what you're moving now is just
what I just read into the record.
All right.
With no section B.
Can you do that? I don't think you can do that because you already did the first part of it. I think all you can do now is either vote against it or sub-amend to remove B, but you can't deal with the part that you've already sub-amended.
I think we're agreeing violently, Madam Chair. So however the clerk advises us to proceed, we will do so.
Okay, I just want to be clear that because that's what my job is. Here. So your sub-amendment is to remove B from NDP 16. Now, so there's a new sub-amendment removing B. Monsieur Nantel.
Discuss this? Thank you.
So the sub-amendment.
Alors, dans le...
Very well. In the Commission's report, there were very specific words used, much stronger than these. Genocide was mentioned, so I don't know why suddenly we're a little wallflowering here about using words like destruction of Indigenous culture. I think destruction is a very relevant word. Obviously, we'll all be heading home and let this rest in an hour or so, but I don't see why we're objecting to this. The truth is that all of this is well known, and the report of the Commission, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, was much stronger in its wording. Perhaps I'm not explaining myself correctly, and I'm certainly not understanding why you're being so prudent.
The TRC, however, there's a number of different calls to action, and this particular bill doesn't address all of it. It only addresses the languages component. So the addition that you have really goes outside the scope in that respect. So I think there's other ways and other avenues to be able to address that.
Yep. Okay. Seeing no further debate, all in favor of the sub-amendment? All opposed? It carries. That means 12.6 cannot be moved. Now we have NDP 16. I apologize for that. NDP 16 as amended. All in favor? All opposed? It carries. 12.6 cannot be carried, cannot be moved. NDP 17 is, I've been told, inadmissible. So you know the process when I say it's inadmissible.
I do appeal the decision.
Okay, Monsieur Nantel appeals my decision. All in support of or what was the right wording? Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? I'm having a hard time remembering this one because I don't. All in favor of sustaining? Yes. Okay, it is sustained. So NDP 17 cannot move forward. NDP 18 has been deemed inadmissible as well. So we'll move ahead with that as NDP 18. NDP 18 is inadmissible. Shall the preamble as amended carry?
Yes.
Division. Okay. Shall the title carry?
Madam Chair, can we speak to these?
Which ones?
Shall the title carry?
The title.
Can we speak to any of the following motions?
Yeah. You want to talk to the
I'm just going to, in summary, I think parliamentarians do their due diligence when they come to clause by clause. We get our amendments in a timely way. I always like to have my packages. It is busy and it's complicated, and typically you like to have a system. When you have this many amendments being table dropped, I mean, I've been in committees where we've had one or two get table dropped, which you can deal with. But to be frank, I think this was incredibly unprofessional. It was disruptive. It really created some challenges, and I think it put us at greater risk for making some serious flaws in this bill, and leaving some serious flaws. So I just want to make sure that that is on the record, because I have never, ever seen that before, and it certainly felt very disruptive for me in terms of having a system, knowing what I was doing, knowing where we were going, to have multiple more documents that all of a sudden you were seeing essentially almost for the first time.
Okay, thank you. So that was, we had carried the preamble. Shall the title carry? Yes. On division. Shall the bill as amended carry?
On division.
On division. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage?
Yes.
And I believe, Mr. Ndesangri, you had something to say?
No, why don't you say what you have to say, then I just want to, 1 minute
I
after
was
that.
going to adjourn.
Okay, all right. So before you do, Ms. McLeod, I think I've addressed your concern at the outset, and I will reiterate, our apologies for that. And to both the Conservative and the NDP, we do appreciate the manner in which we've been able to bring this bill to this stage, and definitely look forward to your support and getting through the House as well as the Senate. And I know there's a lot of our staff that are here, and interpreters and clerk and our council. So I just want to thank everyone for their diligence and their support and their hard work today to get this done. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And on the note about the time, I've been advised by our clerk that the visitors' entrance exit is closed. So people can go out the south or west doors, apparently. I will adjourn, and then we can discuss it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.